right, good afternoon, everyone. Mayor Mike Fournier here. It is exactly 6 o'clock. I'm going to call to order the July 16th special meeting to order. We're going to begin with a roll call. I'm going to start with Commissioner Douglas.
Here.
Commissioner Perush.
Here.
Commissioner Dubuck. Commissioner Lavasser.
Here.
Commissioner Macy. Commissioner Macy. I see Commissioner Macy is logged in, but we have to get a verbal. Oh, she's doing the video right now, so we'll give her a second. We'll go to Commissioner Gibbs.
Here by phone until about 7 o'clock, and then I'll be on the video.
Okay. Commissioner Macy.
Here.
Okay. Got a full house. Commissioner Perush.
I'm here.
All right. We got a full house. We're going to, the next agenda item is a continuation of Monday's public comment. People are aware we had a number of hours of public comment. We got through as much as we could without going into the wee hours of the morning. So we're going to continue that public comment this afternoon. And I'll ask Ms. Schwanger to proceed.
Hello, this is Elizabeth Reed. I live on Arlington Street, and I would like to give an opinion regarding the marijuana ordinances or the businesses on the Royal Oak Woodward corridor. I would like the approval of the ordinances to be put off till we could have some kind of town hall meeting so everyone could have more info regarding the marijuana zoning ordinance. Like why, one of the examples of why I would like to know is why the stores can't be in the light industrial areas of Royal Oak, away from residential and the parks and places of worship. If this were to happen, then you, the commissioners and the mayor would be following the first goal of the master plan, which you were all elected to uphold. Thank you for your time.
My name is Angela. I live at 2417 Linwood, so I'm a resident of the city. I do not want a large expansion of any of the marijuana licensing. I actually would not want any marijuana sales in the city and would be extremely unhappy if we had a lot of marijuana sales in the city. So I am firmly against doing any licensing. I don't want it. I feel like it's going to be bad for the city. It will bring in a bunch of people who may or may not be committing crimes. I do not want this to happen. So I want people to vote against it, and I'll be looking to see who voted for it and voted against it. Thank you.
My name is Linda Gergosian, and I'm a lifelong resident of Royal Oak. Been here for almost 60 years. I live on Normandy between Woodward and Greenfield, and I'm calling in regards to the marijuana shop and pawn shop that are being considered for the Golden Basket and Joe's Army Navy area. And I'm calling to say that I would like it to be in another location. I don't think it's a good location. It's too close to the residential area, and I just think it would create a lot of traffic tie-ups, and it would just not be a good idea. And so I'm just calling to let you know that's how I feel. Thank you for listening. Well, my name is Linda Gergosian.
Hi, I am Linda Olszewski, 303 East Farnham. I am calling in reference to the proposed zoning changes for marijuana businesses. When I learned about it, I think it was on Nextdoor, it prompted me to take a look at the zoning map on the agenda. What I noticed is that there are like numerous, I think, I don't know, 10 or 11 1,000-foot non-adult business buffer zones dotted around the city, which surround schools and are purposely put there to protect children, if I'm correct, right? But if you look at the map, there are these huge gaps between the buffer zones that you want to let marijuana businesses go into business and set up shop. Mostly on Woodward. This is all on Woodward. But what's funny is that adjacent to these selling areas are thousands of homes where families live. And these houses are well within a couple 100 feet of Woodward, let alone some 1,000-foot barrier. So here's my question. Where's the buffer zone between these businesses and the families that they're going to affect? There are literally, as I said, thousands of households that'll be affected by this law. And they probably don't even know about it, which makes me kind of curious. Were these families and households adjacent to Woodward and the Woodward corridor notified of the change? You really need to get their input before you make these changes. And I don't mean only notifying houses within 300 measly feet. You need to notify houses within 1,000 feet of the proposed area. Because to not do so, it's kind of deceitful. You don't like it or not, we're still a community of many single-family houses with children and families. And these families matter. They're the backbone of Royal Oak. I really hope you have the good judgment not to turn Woodward into 8 Mile. It's tacky, and it's the wrong direction for my city. Thank you.
It's Robert Jenkins, and I live in Royal Oak, 1 block west of Woodward, and I'm calling about the marijuana stores that they are proposing. Number one, I am totally against it. I think it will do much harm to our neighborhood. And I don't see how this can go forward without the voice of the people, not a few people on our city council and mayor that shouldn't be making these decisions without the people approving it. I hope that enough of my neighbors and fellow citizens in Royal Oak are also and outraged as I am. I think what you will find, if this does go through, you'll find many people pulling out of Royal Oak. I hope you take this into consideration and do the right thing for the people and the city of Royal Oak. Thank you and have a nice day.
This is Tom Wood. I've been a resident of Royal Oak in the Royal Oak Beverly Hills neighborhood behind Dugan's for 17 years. Absolutely against marijuana stores being anywhere in the city, retail stores, that is. I care less about growing operations or anything like that, but any retail sales should not be anywhere in the city. I don't care if it's 70% of the people want it legal in Michigan or not. It does not necessarily mean that 70% want these stores within our city limits. But even more important, don't want it on Woodward anywhere. Why would we destroy the street that is the main thoroughfare through this city and destroy the surrounding neighborhoods? Neighborhood I live in here, extremely vibrant neighborhood, as you are probably well aware, would, I'm sure, be destroyed with everything that goes along with the retail sale of marijuana in the area.
A Royal Oak resident is a concerned resident of Royal Oak. It is very disturbing to me that a mega marijuana shop is being considered to occupy the old Joe's Army and Navy location on Woodward Avenue. It has always been the duty of the city, mayor, commissioners, and city officials to protect the city and the residents of Royal Oak from undesirable situations that could take place in our city. There is no doubt that this kind of business will be cause for concern and crime will escalate in our mostly residential community. I implore the mayor and city commissioners to use good judgment and common sense, and this will not be a positive move for Royal Oak. The financial gain that the city is seeking could prove to be more of a hindrance, especially in today's climate of uncertainty. Please think this through carefully. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Maureen Jenkins, and I live on Arden Place behind Art Van in Royal Oak. I am absolutely outraged that the city would even consider opening all these marijuana shops with young families. Royal Oak is a family community, and this will absolutely devastate my neighborhood. I, for one, will be moving. I've lived here for 35 years. I will not live in Royal Oak if they support something as tragic as this. If you think the tax revenue is going to increase and be offset by the people who leave Royal Oak, your financial people obviously don't know how to look and interpret the numbers. I hope this doesn't go through because we will never vote again for anybody who voted for this. Again, I am adamantly opposed to this horrible proposition. And if you want to live on my street, then tell them to move here and have their children be around this filth. Thank you.
This is Susan Tuffer, and I reside at 3604 Yorba Linda. And I'm calling because I'm against the proposed zoning changes that's making Woodward the primary location for marijuana shops due to the proximity of the neighborhood, of churches and parks, and the lack of parking. It should require minimal setbacks from the neighborhoods and public assembly. And I'm really unsure why this was removed from the proposed ordinances. In addition, I also have concerns about the amount of stores. I feel it's far too many. So please consider the master plan's goal number 1 and 4 for the neighborhood preservation. Thank you.
Robert Schweik, reside at 3156 Parker Drive. Residents have voted to decriminalize marijuana. They did not vote to turn Royal Oak into a high-volume regional distribution center for cannabis. One store seems it would be sufficient to supply everyone in Royal Oak. However, the ordinances under consideration would allow for up to 19 or even more. The proposed zoning changes would make Woodward the primary location for new marijuana shops. However, this is the wrong location due to the lack of parking and close proximities to the neighborhood. Adult businesses such as pawn shops, tattoo parlors may be attracted as well and allowed to locate near marijuana businesses. There is no need to place marijuana businesses on Woodward. If marijuana businesses are restricted to areas zoned for light industrial, you have up to 166 properties that would qualify for this potential location for retail of marijuana sales at this time. The city should opt out of approving marijuana businesses until neighborhoods can be preserved and protected. Adjourn approval of marijuana ordinances until in-person meetings are allowed. Schedule 2 town hall meetings at large venues. Mail meaningful and informative notices to everyone within 1,000 feet of the Woodward corridor. Eliminate Woodward as the planned corridor and Protect our neighborhoods. Goal of number one of the master plan of the city of Royal Oak. Thank you for your time.
My name is Renee Fox. I am calling to voice my opinion about the opening of marijuana shops along Woodward. I am strongly against this. I am a taxpayer in the city. I have children, and I think this is something that absolutely should not be happening in Royal Oak. Renee Fox, 1813 Roseland, Royal Oak, Michigan, 48073. I vote no.
Is Linda Nesbitt. I live at 3616 Yorba Linda Boulevard. My comments are about the marijuana zoning ordinance. These businesses do not belong right next door to our neighborhood. They should only be allowed to operate within the Royal Oak General Industrial Zoning District. The Woodward Avenue corridor through Royal Oak is a very unique stretch of real estate in that most business properties reside right next to our neighborhood. This state is new to this type of business. We need to cap its introduction to our city so we may slowly digest those effects. The 2019 study had 65% of respondents saying no to putting these establishments in residential neighborhoods. I urge you to reject those ordinances. Thank you for your attention.
This is Mary Dragon. I'm a resident at 4407 Elmwood Avenue. And as someone who grew up in Royal Oak and lives in Royal Oak once again, I am concerned that the proposed cannabis stores and regional distribution center on Woodward would create havoc in terms of property values for safety, the close proximity neighborhoods, and just the types of stores it would bring in, tattoo parlors and pawn shops, and just bringing in people who would, and the parking's not good, so people would be parked right at the neighborhoods, depending on how much business was going on. So I highly reject and do not approve of the idea to turn Royal Oak into a high volume regional distribution center for cannabis. Thank you. Bye-bye.
This is relating to the marijuana consideration. My name is Mike Gallagher. I live on Auburn Drive in Royal Oak. And before any action is taken, I'm requesting that there should be some in-town meetings, at least two, in venues where there could be some meaningful discussion, allowing for people to attend. And also, prior to any action being taken, that there would be information sent out to those that live within the Woodward corridor, within 1,000 feet of the Woodward corridor, so they understand what's going on, and that would be also prior to any town hall meetings going on, and also that they also can have input into the town hall meetings as well. And also that serious consideration be given into the number one goal of the master plan of the city of Royal Oak in affecting any consideration of the marijuana ordinance. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Barry Drangan. I'm calling regarding the issue to place marijuana businesses on Woodward, especially a block and a half from my residence. This is really about, if I look at, a master plan for Royal Oak, neighborhood preservation, to protect and enhance the neighboring residential areas. I don't believe that putting a marijuana business on Woodward, real close to a neighborhood with not much parking, is protecting our neighborhood. There's going to be a lot of sales that will probably rely on market area that's going to be greater than our city's boundaries, a lot of traffic there. There's areas in Royal Oak, there's some areas zoned for light industrial that would be much better suited to preserve neighborhoods. So I'm strongly suggesting that the commission start over and include neighborhood input before drafting any ordinance regarding this. Mail informative notices to everyone within 1,000 feet of the Woodward corridor. And please eliminate Woodward as the planned corridor for this marijuana type of business. And the number one goal, remember, the master plan is to protect our neighborhoods. I think that needs to be done, and there needs to be more meetings at large venues because there's a lot of people that have a lot to say, and sometimes 3 minutes on the phone if a voice message may not be long enough. So please take my comment into consideration, and thank you.
My name is Pete Dembowski. My address is 4357 Arden Place in Royal Oak. I am across the street from a proposed marijuana retail center, I guess it's called, where the Golden Basket's located. I'm calling to voice a very strong opposition to allowing this store or others like it along the Woodward corridor. We'd like to vote no on advocate for a no vote on any zoning changes that would allow this into a regional distribution area. I urge you to obtain input from as many of our other citizens as possible before making any decisions that would be detrimental to our neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Hello, yes, my name is Joan Kelch. I live at 4361 Arden Place in Royal Oak. I would like to express my opposition to the City Commission voting on the marijuana operation to be located at the old site of the Golden Basket restaurant at this time. I'm not saying that I'm always going to be opposed to it, but I think that the people in the area have not had a chance to express their opinions about whether or not they want such a store in the neighborhood, and about traffic concerns about the projected store. It's a very small lot with a very minimal park. It's also close to some schools. At any rate, I just would like to urge them not to vote tonight. Thank you.
This is Leanne Sherman. I am a longtime resident of Northwest Royal Oak, and I am absolutely disgusted that you are even thinking of rezoning when there is a church and a school and family neighborhoods so close by to allow pot stores and pawn shops on our part of Woodward, on any part of Woodward in Royal Oak. Furthermore, since you cannot even take care of Pioneer Park unless there's a dream cruise, I hardly trust you with, operating and upkeeping and just keeping the area clean to allow that kind of business, again, in a family neighborhood. I'm already searching houses outside of the city. So, I don't know if you care or not, but we'll definitely move straight away if this goes through. And again, we've lived here for nearly 20 years on the premise that Royal Oak is a family community and a good neighborhood, and it's still up and coming. Well, I have yet to see the up and coming in the Northwest or North Woodward corridor as far as Royal Oak is concerned. Putting these pot shops in is just going to further diminish our value. I mean, if you drive up Woodward and look at the shops, it's already garbage. You've done a nice job with downtown. We expect more out of you for the entirety of Royal Oak, not just one part. I strongly urge you
to vote down, decline, whatever, the rezoning. We do not want pot shops and pawn shops in our city. Thank you.
Yes, this is Robert Andrews. I live at 4105 Parkway, and I would be totally against a 2-story pot store on Woodward. Maybe you guys can think about putting it like on Main Street in 11 Mile downtown. That would work, wouldn't it? I would vote no for anything like that. There's already a EBT store or EBD store right down the block, like 4 stores over. So I don't think you need another one that close. Thank you.
This is Pete Calverley. I just want to say that this is a wrong and shady way to go about changing our city ordinances. Seems like things are becoming a pay-to-play city. Thank you.
My name is John Galetka. This comment is in reference to the first reading of the marijuana zoning ordinance. In consideration of where you locate these facilities, you will be affecting the property values of those residents who live nearby and should properly reflect those decreased property tax assessments when the time comes. The city has seen far too many decisions taken by the city commission without residents' ability to vote on specific topics that affect their lives and their properties. Even with your general surveys and general public meetings, you should be made to gain the express permission of the overwhelming majority of residents who specifically live within 1,000 feet of each planned marijuana establishment, to be fair to those residents specifically impacted. Thank you.
My name is Jenny, and I am calling regarding the marijuana stores that are being proposed along Woodward. And I would like to say that I am opposed to it. We need to start attracting better types of businesses along the Woodward corridor, and our neighborhoods don't need it. We need to protect our home values, our schools, our neighborhoods, our churches. Please do not pass that and open those stores, especially the one at Golden Basket, which is being proposed. It is right in a neighborhood across the street from a church, down the street from a park, and an elementary school. Please think before you do this.
Lennon Felser, a resident of Royal Oak, 338 Arden Place, Royal Oak, Michigan. I want to express my concern about the marijuana shop issues along Woodward Avenue primarily, especially the one proposed with the current Golden Basket restaurant site, which is very close to my home. I'm not against lawful businesses, but I'm very against having a thoroughfare of marijuana shops that are going to attract quite a nefarious crowd. I think a lot of loitering, and I think an awful lot of marijuana aroma wafting into my backyard and other neighbors' backyards. I just think that's inappropriate, and I agree with the comment that someone made in a document that I saw about neighborhood preservations, that these things should be zoned properly, and in terms of what my consideration of proper is, would be in a light industrial, out of the neighborhood reach location. I'm the first block off of Woodward, and I would be very unhappy if a shop like this was put over the wall between my backyard and the commercial property that faces Woodward. I don't think I'm in danger of that occurring to my home, but I'm certainly in danger of it occurring to local homes nearby me, and I do not want to be sitting on my deck or in my backyard with my children and smelling strong, disgusting marijuana aroma in my backyard. So I ask that, like others have said in some documents I've seen, that this be delayed until there can be public forums of a normal format. I would definitely come, and I would definitely be willing to talk about this. Bye.
Hello. My name is Mary Jane Faso, and I am a resident of Royal Oak. I live about four blocks from the Woodward Avenue, and my concern has to do with your planning for the licensing for recreational marijuana stores along Woodward Avenue. I am concerned as a resident and as a taxpayer and as a person concerned with property values in my neighborhood. My thinking has to do with, I haven't followed the discussion, unfortunately, prior to the commission, with the commission on this issue. My advocacy would be for these businesses, the recreational marijuana stores, to be classified under adult businesses. I feel that this would be my best protection as a resident of the neighborhood off of Woodward. Thank you very much.
Stan Joniak. I'm calling regarding the marijuana issue, and I would like the city commission to put this off for a while. Let people think it through, have some meetings with the neighborhood, get the town hall meetings at larger venues. I think that you should get more input from the people who live or own the property around there. And basically, you should live with the rules that the city already has set, which is to keep it from certain distances that are stated in the adult businesses section. Thank you for allowing me to give this input.
This is Albert Nesbitt. I reside at 3616 Yorba Linda Boulevard. My comments are about the proposed marijuana zoning ordinance. Please do not vote for these ordinances as written. If you must pass an ordinance, I urge you to adopt option number 2, with the following being added to the language of option number 2. All marijuana establishments should be defined as adult businesses, subject to existing zoning ordinances. Marijuana establishments should be confined to the general industrial zoning districts. Only one marijuana retail license to be issued. Revisit the number of licenses in 24 months. This will enable the city departments to establish sound operating procedures for monitoring this new type of enterprise within the city. Please save our neighborhoods. Do not vote for the ordinances as written. Thank you for your attention.
Mindy Groves, that's Grohs, and I live in the neighborhood behind the Golden Basket, and I'm calling to voice my opinion in opposition of the Golden Basket opening as a pot shop, marijuana, cannabis, CBD, whatever you want to label it, drugstore, like drugs. So I know that I've talked to several neighbors in my neighborhood, and there is no way that we want that to open in our neighborhood with all of our kids that play, ride bikes, walk, or on the streets having fun, that we would want to have people cutting through the neighborhood so that they can buy pot. That's not the kind of neighborhood that we live in. Also, no pawn shop. That just goes hand in hand. So let's just not turn the corridor in our neighborhood that we back up to it into pawn and pot. That I think that Royal Oak is a lot better than that. I'm a mom with 3 kids. Do I want my kids walking around the neighborhood, innocent, riding bikes, and you've got pot and pawn? No. There's an elementary school that is just down the road. I think we're all aware that Upton is only a few blocks behind there. That's a straight cut through to both the Golden Basket and Joe's Army Navy. That is not the route that we want people coming from Coolidge Highway straight across to Woodward, passing our school while the kids are playing outside. They're playing right there on the street. So whether you need more information from me, more signatures, anything, I'd be happy to provide them in opposition of this. It's Mindy, M-I-N-D-Y, Gross, G-R-O-H-S. I live on Elmwood. And if you'd like my phone number, it's 248-224-8078.
This is Kate Higdon. I am calling in opposition to the addition of dispensaries along the Woodward corridor. I am concerned about decrease in property values, increase in crime. I do not think this should happen unless it goes to the voters as to where it should be, these things should be located. Additionally, I have a problem with removing the easement or the setback laws for distance from churches and schools and parks. I don't think there should be exceptions made for these businesses. If these businesses want to exist along the Woodward corridor, they should meet the current requirements for setbacks from schools and churches. There should be no special consideration given to these businesses. There's no reason to. That is my opinion. Thank you very much.
Boreski. I'd like to comment on the possibility of the marijuana stores going in the old Golden Basket. And I would like you to reconsider your thoughts on this decision. I think the residents haven't had enough notice, even though I read Shar Douglas's report to one of the homeowner association's presidents. With COVID, things have not been normal, as you know, and I think that more resident input needs to be taken. I don't think that because it was passed at the previous election that people really thought that the stores would be put all along Woodward Avenue. I think you've got to be cautious of where you're allowing them to go in. I'm very concerned about the variances that you are willing to provide for these businesses just to get them up and running. I think that we really need a chance to rethink this and go back over it. And you guys need to do the right thing. Thank you.
My name is Ted Groves, G-R-O-H-S. I live on Elmwood Avenue in the Royal Oak neighborhood and calling to state my opposition to the request that's going in to put a pot shop or CBD shop in at the location where the Golden Basket is right now. We live right back in the neighborhood that backs up to that. We have 3 children. There is a elementary school in the same neighborhood, and the last thing we need is a pot shop going in on the corner that people will use our neighborhood streets to cut through to get to, and then go driving around the, God knows what, while our kids are out playing and riding bikes and doing what they do. We have a great neighborhood. We have a lot of kids in the neighborhood. It's a safe place. They all feel free to ride around and play out on the roads and out in front of the houses. And this is just not a good use of business space in our neighborhood. We complained and got the pawn shop that was going to go in right across the Joe's Army Navy shut down. And this is basically just exactly the same thing. These are not the type of businesses that we need in our neighborhood. So please do not let that go with it. Thanks.
This is Mary Jo and Don Van Teen. We live at 4424 Arlington Drive on the west side of Woodward. I'm calling regarding the marijuana zoning and licensing laws within the city of Royal Oak. We did not vote to turn Royal Oak into a high-volume regional distribution center for cannabis. The ordinances under consideration would allow up to 19 stores, and restrictions could be waived, allowing dozens more. This is wrong. due to the lack of parking and the preservation of our beautiful neighborhoods. There is no need to place multiple marijuana businesses on Woodward and Royal Oak, and families will look elsewhere to live, including our son and daughter-in-law who recently were considering this area. Our property value will deteriorate. It's already bad enough with Woodward cruising and the noise. We need the commission to start over and include neighborhood input before drafting an ordinance. It is the responsibility of the Royal Oak Planning City Commission, rather responsibility and a necessity, to improve both the function and visual appearance of the major commercial corridors within Royal Oak by protecting and enhancing neighborhood residential areas. Thank you.
I'm on Dyke, and we live on Greenfield in Normandy. I would like to raise my concerns for opening a marijuana shop or corridor in Woodward because the neighborhoods are so close and there's no parking. I would like to address the point that the residents or the neighborhoods, the decision makers, in other comparable cities in Europe, everything is happening downtown. Or alternatively, move it away to a light industrial space away from the neighborhoods. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Mary Lou Freak, longtime Royal Oak resident. I am opposed to this recreational marijuana store, the use of the main thoroughfare in Woodward. I think we need to give it some more thought, some more research, and to include the public in this discussion. We've seen a lot of changes, and I think we need to give it some more thought. Okay, thank you very much.
My name is Janina Sigleric. It's 4151 South Fulton, Royal Oak. Anyhow, my comments. All the citizens of Royal Oak need to be notified of this entire marijuana issue by posting all meeting notes in the email as is done for the Normandy project. Also, the meetings need to be held in a large venue so citizens can attend in person. What is the hurry that this issue has to be dealt with now? Let's wait until the COVID issue is settled so it can be an open meeting in person. This whole issue reminds me of the downtown area redevelopment that was done with few notices to citizens. I still don't know the downtown redevelopment are paid for. I still feel that citizens will be held to be on a hook for this. I just feel that more people should know. All of Royal Oak should know this, all of the citizens. I live in a neighborhood, right, where we get a strong association, but I'm not so sure that everybody in Royal Oak knows what's going on. I do not trust the commissioners in how they're dealing with this, especially, and I hate to say this, but I'm going to, the mayor. He's not very trustworthy. Thank you so much. Aye.
This is Meredith Moyer, and I live on Sheridan Drive in Royal Oak. I'd like to provide my input regarding the proposal to allow recreational marijuana shops along the Royal Oak Woodward corridor. That type of business is not appropriate for that location due to residential neighborhoods weaved throughout, the already enormous parking challenges, and my belief that it will not support property value increases in an area where, frankly, we are already overtaxed for the benefits and services we receive compared to neighboring cities. I'd also like to share my viewpoint that the clear disinterest in receiving public input is incredibly disturbing and will affect my voting decisions in the future. The city is paid for by its residents, and to effectively block input is disingenuous and to me reeks of an ulterior motive. I'm not in favor of marijuana stores in the Royal Oak Woodward corridor or the handling of resident feedback on this matter. Thank you very much.
This is Brad Zerman. I'm with Gabe Rubin at 230 East Harrison Avenue in Royal Oak. Good evening, Mayor and City Commission members. Regarding the proposed marijuana licensing and zoning ordinances, We strongly think the City Commission should consider a change to the proposed ordinance. As it is currently drafted, the first application approved by the City of Royal Oak sets the buffer for the 1,000-foot setback from other marijuana retailers and micro businesses, and any applications received after the first approved application that fall within the 1,000-foot setback will be denied and returned to the applicant. In the likely event there are multiple qualified applicants with proposed locations within 1,000 feet of each other, we don't believe the next qualified applicant should be denied for a reason like a property being too close before it even opens for business. Since there is a high likelihood you will approve the first application received or one shortly thereafter, provided it meets the minimum criteria, you will cause a line to occur outside City Hall's drop box a day or two before with people sleeping on your property. This also creates a potentially unfair advantage for those who would have otherwise mailed their application in a safer manner during a pandemic. We would therefore like to make a recommendation to the City Commission that will provide the most qualified applicants to successfully operate a marijuana establishment with the opportunity to find another property that meets the 1,000-foot setback rule. In 2014, the state of Illinois divided the state into 6 districts and held a competitive application process for medical marijuana provisioning centers. To secure the most qualified applicants, the state awarded 3 licenses in Lake County to the highest scored applications, regardless of location. All 3 of those proposed locations that were awarded licenses in 2015 were on the same block. The licensee with the highest score was allowed to open in the actual proposed location provided in the application. The next highest scorers were allowed to move elsewhere in Lake County in any other location allowed by local zoning. We suggest you secure the most qualified applicants rather than essentially giving less qualified applicants all the points based on where their proposed location is. We strongly suggest the City of Royal Oak change the language in the ordinance to allow the most qualified, highest scoring applicants the opportunity to identify and procure another property outside the 1,000-foot setback within a certain amount of time dictated by the city. Once you select the highest scoring applicants from the entire group to award the licenses to, all the other property locations previously under contract with losing applicants will free up, so the most qualified winning candidates will be able to place those under contract at that time. Other municipalities handle this type of situation with a request to move location type application. Thank you very much. Please don't hesitate to contact me at 312-593-8448 if you wish to discuss further. Bye-bye.
My name is Gregory Scott, and I live at 9425 McGregor Road. I'd like to comment on the first reading for the newly formed marijuana ordinances. First and foremost, thank you for making this priority and responding to the community's overwhelming support to opt in and regulate marijuana facilities. According to the Recreational Marijuana Ordinance first reading packet published on July 2nd of this year, it is apparent that MMFLA facility license types have been excluded from the ordinance. I think this is a mistake because the exclusion of MMFLA licenses negatively impacts patients and prospective businesses. The first point I'd like to make is that recreational marijuana costs more than medical because of the 10% recreational excise tax. Medical marijuana is only subject to a 3% excise tax, which in turn means more affordable cannabis for medical patients that are in need. The second point I'd like to make is the recreational marketplace is currently having considerable supply issues, and it is unclear when adequate supply will be available. Some industry experts forecast supply issues to last for another year or more. And last, but definitely not least, the third point I'd like to make is if the MMFLA license types are excluded from the ordinance, only businesses that are approved for adult use licenses through the MRA at the time of the Royal Oak application window opening will qualify for Royal Oak licensing. From the state's perspective, there are no meaningful differences between a business qualified for medical versus a business qualified for recreational. In fact, as soon as a medical application is approved by the MRA, they are instantly recreationally pre-qualified. So please do not preclude the MMFLA license types from the ordinance, as many other municipalities throughout the state have implemented ordinances that allow for both medical and adult use facility types. If MMFLA license types are excluded, patients will be underserved, and well-qualified business operators will be shut out from participating in Royal Oak. I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Good evening. This is Laura King calling. I live at 4630 Elmwood Avenue in Royal Oak, and I do have a strong opposition to placing a marijuana shop at that Golden Basket restaurant. I am definitely not in favor of that, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. 313-587-8760. Again, my name is Laura King. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
This is Cynthia Flack, 4134 South Fulton Place, Royal Oak. I'm a member of the Robia Homeowners Association, calling to lodge a complaint about feeling blindsided about this, the commission's going through with the putting all of these marijuana stores down Woodward Avenue in Royal Oak only. Okay, here's the thing. I want, since I've been living here for 32 years and have been paying taxes, I would like the city commissioners to send out to every Royal Oak homeowner the minutes from all of the meetings that they hold so that we can read them and then come to our own decisions and then take action if we feel that we need to. Some of these things I just have not had any indication were happening. And I want the minutes from the meeting sent out to every Royal Oak homeowner, the taxpayers, the ones that are financing all of the things in the city. Thank you very much.
My name is Veronica Cobb, COBB. I live at 3832 Yorba Linda Boulevard in Royal Oak. I'm calling about adult businesses and marijuana and pawn shop establishments that the city is thinking about putting along Woodward. I am opposed to this for a number of reasons. I think a number of businesses are allowed to go along Woodward, and they're given relief on the number of parking spots that they need. I've seen this multiple times, and I don't think that we should be giving businesses their allotted spot on Woodward if there is not enough parking. In addition, I think Woodward is, we get a lot of traffic along Woodward, meaning a lot of people come down Woodward for the dream cruise and such, and so we should be putting our best businesses forward on Woodward, and that should not be pawn shops, strip joints, tattoo parlors, or marijuana stores. There's plenty of commercial, more industrial locations within Royal Oak where those businesses can go to where they won't be such viewed, such prevalent with our visitors that come into the city. And we should be showing more of a family-friendly area along Woodward to attract more of the public that we would like to attend and the visitors that we would like to come into our city. So again, I am opposed to any strip joints, tattoo parlors, marijuana businesses, or pawn shops going along the Woodward corridor in Royal Oak. Thank you.
It's John Pomeroy, and we do not need pawn shops and marijuana shops in our city, period. It is still federally illegal for marijuana, and even though the state voted it in, you can't fix stupid. Thank you.
I want
to vote against having too many marijuana stores along Woodward. 11 seems plenty. So I hope we don't end up with too many of these stores. Liquor stores are enough. 1 or 2 are fine, but more than 11 seems excessive. Thank you. Bye.
It's Nancy Moyer. I live on Smith Street in Royal Oak at 1215 Smith Avenue. I want to say how opposed I am to the recent developments that I've heard about allowing marijuana shops on Woodward. I'm of an age that I can remember when Woodward was a very seedy corridor, and gradually it is coming back. And to change that and encroach upon that neighborhood at this time without allowing public input is ridiculous. I want to say how disappointed I am that this has been brought up in such a sneaky way.
This is Sarah Heiser of 4319 Robinwood. I am calling about the zoning variances that are being requested along the Woodward corridor for marijuana businesses. I object to any changes to the master plan. I support the master plan. There is no need to place marijuana businesses on Woodward. They can be in the light industrial area. I would like this to start over and include neighborhood input before drafting an ordinance. We're doing it backwards. There's a variance, but we haven't had any input or discussion regarding it. We would like to participate as residents of Royal Oak before the variance is put out there. I would like to opt out of approving marijuana businesses until neighborhoods can be preserved and protected. Adjourn any of these ordinances till the COVID issue is over and we can have in-person meetings for at least 6 months or until a vaccine or something. I would like to have scheduled 2 town hall meetings at large venues for the residents to put their input once the COVID issue is over. I would like to receive meaningful information and notice to everyone within 1,000 feet of the Woodward corridor. I would like to obtain input from those who live or own property near Woodward, my fellow residents, my fellow citizens of Royal Oak. I would like to eliminate the word Woodward as the planned corridor for marijuana businesses. My number one goal is to protect the number one goal of the master plan. Thank you very much, Sarah Heiser. And for all future people next time, for any other meetings, please call 248-246-3411 to voice your opinions against this proposal. One final mention is I do not approve of former government employees representing companies coming to Royal Oak, whether it's in Washington, it's in Lansing, or Royal Oak. I would love to stop former employees from representing any businesses that are trying to do business in the city of Royal Oak, Lansing, or Washington, D.C. This I am referring to the former mayor of Royal Oak, who is the attorney for the marijuana businesses. That's my understanding. I do not approve of this. I think it's a conflict of interest. It may not be illegal, but it certainly doesn't look good. And thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Caroline Sheldon. I'm leaving my remarks in relation to the marijuana and licensing laws within the city of Royal Oak. I strongly urge the City Commission to take a time out in relation to making the Woodward corridor the epicenter of marijuana dispensaries. These locations are too close to neighborhoods. The current plans oversaturate the corridor as well. All locations would be requiring inappropriate variances. Why not take a slower approach and see how the market responds? Put a location in a light industrial area. If you believe the majority of business will come from outside the Royal Oak boundaries, they can use GPS to locate the marijuana shops. This keeps the shops from impeding upon neighborhoods. With all the shops closing in downtown, they're going down there as well. Since the area is zoned for retail already, why not? At least the commission should not hide behind closed door sessions and truly open this up for real public input, maybe a true town hall. Preserve and protect our neighborhoods, provide real, timely, and accurate to everyone within 100 feet of the Woodward corridor, any correspondence, and enough time to react to meetings, etc. Eliminate Woodward as the planned corridor from marijuana businesses. Please protect our neighborhoods. The number one goal of the master plan, protecting our neighborhoods. Thank you.
That concludes the public comment, the remainder of the public comment from July 13th. This evening, we had 75 members of the public leave comment, and I will play those for you starting in a couple of seconds.
Thank you, Ms. Schwinger.
Oh.
My name is Ashley Marisol. I live at 707 Oak Ridge Avenue in Royal Oak, which is right off of Woodward. I'm calling regarding the marijuana shops moving to Woodward in the city of Royal Oak. I just wanted to comment that I think that these businesses would be fine. Marijuana does not equal the end of the world. I'm sorry that people are using misinformation and language to shame both our city council members and citizens of Royal Oak who may use marijuana both for medical reasons or recreational. That's their business. Having a marijuana shop in the city of Royal Oak would add a stable business in the area, an industry that is growing, including the tax dollars that could be used for city services and added policing that might be needed. However, marijuana shops have shown no increases and major increases in crime around the area. In fact, in Denver, after recreational marijuana was legalized, it led to a 19% reduction in crime around marijuana shops. And in fact, Ferndale, who is one of the starting cities in the area, didn't witness any crime. In fact, they're recently voting to increase the number of licenses from 3 to 5 in their city. So that must mean that they're okay with it and they're seeing positive things from it. It would be a safe location. These marijuana shops have lots of security and regulations about what they can have on signage and everything outside. And if it's on Woodward, they would both have the state police and the Royal Oak PDIs on the shop if need be. They're required to be 1,000 feet from schools, and marijuana can't be smoked in public, so it wouldn't be a problem for children because it would be facing Woodward. Not a whole lot of children walking up and down Woodward anyway. In addition, and my last point, the survey that was done last year had a 3% margin error and seemed to represent the community as far as attitudes about marijuana shops. People said that they wanted it to be consistent with alcohol regulations, and 67% of survey respondents said that they would say yes to retail. So please don't let one church having a lot of people call in sway your decisions when there's a lot of other data to look at, and that's all. Thank you.
My name is Doug Emmig. I've lived in Royal Oak for 30 years, and I understand that the state has approved, the public has requested sale of recreational marijuana, but I do not agree, nor did they specifically vote on the details of how to deliver that. So I am against putting any number of 10 or 11 marijuana outlets up and down Woodward. I think that changes the characteristic of Woodward. Perhaps you should put 1 or 2 downtown near the police station, see how that goes. And if everything is going well and everybody's well behaved, maybe we can let a few more grow up into the Woodward Oak corridor. But I am against placing them all in the corridor, all in bulk of 10 or 11 at one time. Thank you.
This is Josh. I just wanted to weigh in and offer my support to the city of Royal Oak for adopting the recreational marijuana order. And I understand how much work has gone into this on the city level and how complex something like this can be. But I really do believe keeping Royal Oak progressive and making sure Royal Oak is continued to be viewed as a progressive city amongst a region of growing cities is very important to me as a resident. So I strongly support the adoption and hope the council does as well. Thank you so much. Take care.
My name is Sally Gagosian. I have lived in Royal Oak since the 1950s. Prior to that, the rest of my life was in Michigan. But I'm calling to object to the leasing of a store on Woodward Avenue near 13.5 Mile Road. I belong to the Emmanuel Bethel Church, and I have relatives that live in the Royal Oak Beverly Hills subdivision, and I'm just calling to object. Thank you.
John Pomeroy. If you're going to try and turn Woodward into another 8 Mile, you got another thing coming. We're not going to abide by this. Your dispensaries are too many, if any at all. Marijuana is still federally illegal, and I do not want this in my community. Thank you.
Jeff Simon. This message is in reference to the City Commission vote on the marijuana zoning special meeting July 16th. When I think about this what you guys are doing, it really is infuriating. Each and every one of you up there should really be ashamed of yourselves. How the process has been handled and the morally reprehensible way you've conducted yourselves. Not one of you is holding up your end of the deal. The mayor especially, your smug attitude and the way you conduct yourself in the last meeting was shameful, laughing and snickering about us not being informed. And do your job and inform us. And I'm assuming you probably smugly, have that Notre Dame grin on your face. You are a conduit to the information that we need. However, you're just too busy trying to enhance relationship with donors. How much money is this put in your election coffers? You've lost your way. I bet you can't even remember why you got into public life. You've abandoned what politicians were supposed to do, is to fight for the people who elected you, not for those who put money in your pockets. Although many people did vote to criminalize marijuana, it was not so that you could gain favor in political contributions. And this is just scratching the surface as well. With 18 no-bid contracts you have given out over the last few years, it looks like each and every one of them and their business partners have given you political contributions. You've even admitted in the FAQs that you put on the website, you have no idea how much money this is going to bring in for the city. Maybe an economic study would have made sense, but that probably wouldn't tell you what you wanted to hear or what your contributors wanted to hear. There's no need to place marijuana businesses on Woodward. If marijuana businesses were restricted to areas like the light industrial zone, there'd be 166 properties that would qualify potential locations for retail marijuana sales. And that was stated in your Planning Commission memo, 8/2/2019. The reasoning behind this zoning change is because it's not for the betterment of the citizens of Royal Oak. But you wouldn't know that because you haven't asked. The change of the adult business ordinance on Woodward is morally bankrupt without meaningful input from any of the citizens who are going to have to deal with it and are going to be affected. None of you sitting up there will live anywhere near Royal Oak, near Woodward. And that is the biggest scandal that you will all have to live with if this thing goes through and what happens to the city. Why don't we just take a pause, step back, do some town hall meetings in a large place so everybody can social distance. We can adhere to the #1 goal of the master. Listening to Jeff Simon, this message is in reference to the city.
This is Charles Simchina, and I would like to comment on information in a handout that I compiled and also information in public comment presented by about 100 people from the Woodward corridor neighborhoods. I compiled a handout that you commented on at your last meeting, and you falsely claimed that it was full of misinformation. I want to make it very clear that all the information contained in that memo came from you. You are the authors of the information that are contained in that memo. The information comes right from your website. In particular, most of it comes from written memorandums that are posted on the city website. There's a couple of them I'll refer to specifically. August 2nd, 2019, September 27th, 2019, staff to Planning Commission. November 1st, 2019, staff to Planning Commission. That was the memo written before the infamous public hearing, so a one and only public hearing where only 7 people spoke, all from the marijuana industry. January 2020 memo to the Planning Commission that outlines the high-rise proposal to amend the ordinance in the same district that the marijuana stores are going into, the entire Woodward Strip, to allow high-rise multifamily buildings with reduced setbacks and minimal parking adjacent to the same homes that are concerned about marijuana businesses being placed next to their homes, and the July 2nd, 2020 memo. There's only 4 or 5 major concepts in the handout. One of them highlights the fact that there's absolutely not enough parking for these businesses. 3 places in those memorandums, parking is called out as a major issue, yet you're adopting a parking standard that really needs to be tripled in order for parking to be satisfactory and to keep cars from parking in the neighborhood. You moved away from supplying marijuana to Royal Oak residents into a regional strip of marijuana stores. The quote is right in that memorandum that I mentioned before, and it mentions that the marketing area for these stores is going to be much larger than the boundaries of the city of Royal Oak. The handout I prepared talks about the light industrial zone being something that no one has objected to. Different meetings, you said there would be 19 stores, 18 retail stores. The memorandum later on says there will be 11 on Woodward Avenue, 8 in the industrial zone. 8's a lot of stores. Why you have to go from 8 stores in an industrial and add another 11 on Woodward is an incredible leap.
My name is Steve Elworth, and I live with my family on Robinwood, around about 3 blocks away from Woodward. Strongly opposed to having recreational marijuana shops along Woodward. I don't have much to add as I listened to the comments from Monday's meeting from the overwhelming majority of people that are against this. I didn't even know that was taking place. I did not realize that this was until very recently. The only thing I want to add is that I find it shocking and very discouraging the lack of easily accessible information regarding this issue, which I think most people in Royal Oak would say that it's a very significant one and one that needs to be discussed thoroughly and appropriately. So I thank you for your time. Hope everyone is staying safe and healthy, and take care.
name is Mindy Groves, and I live in the neighborhood behind where the proposed mega marijuana store is up for possibility, whatever. Anyways, my comment is completely in opposition of this. That is a train wreck if you put that in our neighborhood. Combining pawn shop ideas with mega marijuana stores and marijuana stores up and down Woodward, where our kids live right behind there, is not a good idea. We have so many kids in the neighborhood that are directly behind the Golden Basket. They ride their bikes, they walk, they go to school at Upton, which is right down the street. There is no need to have that kind of traffic that you have with marijuana users, people driving through. So in no way do the neighbors and parents and school district, I'm sure, want that in our neighborhood. So if you can please note that not only myself, but anyone else who I come in contact with in my neighborhood does not want that. Way too many kids in there. We have a direct line street that is from Coolidge straight to Golden Basket. It cuts directly in front of Upton Elementary School, and that is where all the little kids play every single day. So no thank you to that kind of traffic. I think we can do better as a city, not putting in marijuana shops. We put in something family friendly. Pawn shops and marijuana are not the route that we want to take. Thanks.
My name is Nicole Essa. Just calling to say I support Royal Oak adopting the recreational marijuana. There's been so much work that has gone into this from all the city officials. I want this because I want to make sure that we're keeping Royal Oak progressive and making sure that Royal Oak is continued to be viewed as a city all other cities in Oakland County want to be like. So I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Dale McDaniel, Royal Oak resident. An article was published in the Royal Oak Tribune on July 14th regarding the recent meeting by residents on the marijuana issue and subsequent comments that were phoned into the commission. The two quotes from the article are Mayor Fournier and Commissioner Patricia Pugh both said callers appear to have been given incorrect information on the proposed marijuana ordinances. And Mayor Fournier said there was a meeting last week and flyers on doors, and there was some really gross misinformation. And if there's misinformation, then extend the opt-out ordinance past the August 15th deadline in order to provide sufficient time for the city to hold well-publicized meetings, to present residents with the facts, and allow for extensive dialogue on an issue that could have a major impact on the city, an issue that, if adopted, cannot be easily undone. Additionally, a list of questions was sent to the mayor's office by Ted Page as a result of the meeting. One of the questions was, even though Royal Oakers voted in favor of legalizing marijuana, that doesn't mean they want those businesses in our community. The response was, a quantitative, objective survey showed that they do accept them. Now, regarding the survey, Royal Oak has a population of 59,277, according to the Census Bureau as of July 1st, 2019. 15.3% are under 18 years of age. That means that 50,207 are of voting age. The survey was sent to 3,000 residents. That's roughly 6% of the adult population. 1,149 responded, which is roughly 2.3% of the adult population. Now, how is that quantitative? And on the question of allowing marijuana retailers, the response was 33% yes, 34% limited yes, 30% no, 1% not sure. What is a limited yes? Where can the survey be found so that it can be read, understand how the questions were presented, and what these graduated answers like limited yes mean? Additionally, in a synopsis by the Cobalt Community Research, it was stated the majority support locating businesses in commercial areas, industrial areas, and downtown. Yet the commission is only considering locations in commercial and industrial areas. Why not downtown? Again, I urge the commission to extend the opt-out ordinance, provide sufficient time for more residents to be made aware of this issue and the facts surrounding it, and to provide their input. Thank you.
Gail Greer, and my zip code is 48073. And I want to suggest to the commission that they need to start over and include neighborhood input before drafting the marijuana zoning ordinance. I think you should opt out of approving marijuana businesses until neighborhoods can be preserved and protected. And the second point is I'd like you to adjourn the approval of marijuana ordinances until in-person meetings are allowed. You can schedule a couple town hall meetings at large venues. And mail meaningful, informative notice to everyone within 1,000 feet of the Woodward corridor. Obtain input from those who live near or own property near Woodward. Woodward as a planned corridor for marijuana businesses. We certainly don't need 11 of them. Protect our neighborhoods. Number one of master plan. Thank you.
My name is Alicia Nagel. I support the Royal Oak adopting recreational marijuana. There has been so much work going on into this from city officials. I want to keep the Royal Oak progressive and make sure Royal Oak is continued to be viewed as a city all other cities want to be like. Thank you.
My name is Laura Kelly. I am a local resident in Royal Oak. I live in the neighborhood that is Normandy and a Woodward area on Cooper. And I'm calling to express my concern as a longtime Royal Oak resident. I've lived here for 26 years. I'm raising 2 children in the city with my husband, and I'm calling with strong reservations and concerns and asking for the city commission to vote down the marijuana distributorships that they are looking to potentially allow along the Woodward area. I'm highly concerned about this. I believe it will bring the tax value of our city home properties down, which is a huge concern of mine. Would definitely look to move out of my local neighborhood should all of these marijuana shops open up along Woodward. My house is actually on Cooper, which is only 1 block off of Woodward, very close to the Golden Basket property where they're looking to supposedly put a 2-story location. Honestly, I would leave the city and sell my house if this passes. Which disheartens me, like I said, with being a resident that has 2 children in the school district and living here for so long. And so I'm urging you to vote down this initiative. Thank you.
Kelly, I live at 4403 Olivia. I just think it's important to remember it's not about whether marijuana is legal or not. It's about the less than forthright way that our city is going about changing ordinances and giving variances. Thank you.
This is Jamie Eccles, and I'm calling in regard to the recreational marijuana stores along Woodward. And I am very opposed to this. I live in the neighborhood right behind Golden Basket at Dakota and Woodward, and I know that's the proposed site for one of these buildings. And, you know, we live in a neighborhood, have lived here for 17 years, as have many of our neighbors decided to stay and continue to build this community with good families. We're near schools along Woodward here and churches. And again, we're trying to improve the face of Woodward in this area and bring in good businesses and strong businesses and not, companies that promote the sale of drugs, whether it's legalized or not. it's not a good face we want to put on young neighborhoods and have our kids exposed to on a daily basis as they drive down Woodward. So again, I just want to reiterate that I and many neighbors along Woodward are very unhappy about the proposed stores, recreational marijuana stores that are being proposed along Woodward. Thank you.
My name is Carolyn Retzloff, live on Dukeshire in Royal Oak, and I'm not one bit happy about reading about the marijuana stores all along Woodward Avenue. I think it would be a terrible thing to do. We have children all over this place. Not even happy about the strip mall that's off of Normandy here in Woodward where I live, and add a whole bunch of stores like this that not one thing is mentioned for medicinal purposes. And I'm an RN, and I happen to know that we don't need a whole bunch of stores dealing with marijuana for recreational uses. That's just terrible. And it's also going to be bringing in other kinds of crappy shops, which I've read about here, tattoos, massage parlors, etc. We need that here, right? Escort services, nice. I just can't believe what I'm reading. And this commission board is that stupid. I mean, we might as well have Donald Trump running Royal Oak, because here we go again. I mean, does anybody have a brain up there? I mean, everything I've ever heard about Royal Oak lately is just disgusting. I just want to make money. It seems to be your whole big deal up there. So yeah, I'm very much against this, and I wouldn't even mind moving out of this town in the very near future. It's already a little on the tacky side. I certainly hope you don't want to take it all the way. Please don't do this.
Marogi, P-E-L-L-E, last name Marogi, M-A-R-R-O-G-Y. And I support Royal Oak going recreational, and I support the citizens who want and actually need it. And I feel like it would benefit our city in a great way. So yes, I am a supporter of Royal Oak going recreational, and I support the citizens who want and need it. Thank you.
This is Barbara Stafford. I'm a resident of Royal Oak. I live on Robinwood, and I'm calling about tonight's meeting. I am totally against any marijuana stores on the Woodward corridor. I have just looked at the survey that the residents took in 2019, and it seems like, if I'm reading it correctly, the industrial area is where the majority of people thought these businesses should go, and then commercial, and then downtown in that order. But there was also a 67% absolutely said no near residential areas. Well, the Woodward corridor is lined with residential homes and families, and this is not the correct place for these businesses. This survey was sent to 3,000. It said it had 1,050 valid responses. So really, it wasn't much of a representation of the 59,000+ people that live in Royal Oak. I'm concerned about that as your proof of where these stores belong. I'm not quite sure about that, but yeah, again, I am totally against these stores on Woodward Avenue. That is our, people are up and down Woodward all day long, and I don't think we need that on Woodward. So please be considerate to what your residents are requesting you. And again, this should be held off until we can speak in person. Thank you.
My name is Ben. I live in Royal Oak, and I just wanted to express my interest in support for the city of Royal Oak to really opt in to the sale of medical cannabis. I know it could be really great for the city, and I really like to see the city be very progressive and continue in the right footsteps as they've been doing. Thanks for your time.
Third speaking, 3003 Maplewood Avenue. I'd like to inform the City Commission of lack of follow-through and activity within the Department of Public Service. It appears there is a huge gap between expectations between the residents and DPS. There are numerous examples of the faltering of DPS that needs to be addressed by the Commission immediately. First and foremost, the upkeep of parks is abysmal. Debris still exists in Clausen Park from a construction project from a year ago. It's possible a child could injure themselves due to the debris, causing a lawsuit for the city. The debris is made of concrete and metal posts. All throughout Clausen Park, there are logs and trash. The upkeep of parks is inconsistent at best. After making requests to address these issues, nothing has occurred. This is happening at one park. Most likely, it is occurring at all parks. DPS is also failing at the cleaning of the sewage system miserably. Every time it rains in July, there is a backup at the sewers. Last week, Maplewood Avenue was flooded due to the sewer system. The city of Royal Oak must clean, repair, and update the sewage system. I'm afraid to say this, but it appears the additional development of Royal Oak using impervious surfaces such as concrete is a great detriment to the sewage system. With additional buildings, including 3 new parking structures, as well as the residential communities and high-rise commercial properties, it has pushed the earth beyond its natural absorbency rate, causing flooding. My question to the Royal Oak Commission and DPS is, what are they going to do to resolve these issues? If there is a lack of DPS or city resources needed to cover these projects, can the Commission or DPS hire adequate resources to address these matters? Thank you.
My name is Robert Hodgson, 325 Arlington, and I'm calling regarding to the proposed placement of a marijuana house, for lack of a better terminology, on Woodward Avenue in the location of the old Army store. Next to it, the Golden Basket. I'm not in favor of it. My wife is not in favor of it. And our concern, outside of not being in favor, is the fact that obviously a lack of communication or good, clear communication on the part of those who are involved on both sides. The concern that I have is that it's obvious we're just going through the motions here because there's some big expressions on the members of the commission Monday night. They've already made their decision. It's a done deal, unfortunately. The concern I've had is that very little confidence in the police being able to handle any problems that might arise from there. And I don't mean that as a against the police. They're very, very competent. It's just that I'm concerned there's going to be a lot of people that are doing that, and the fact that they can't control all the excessive noise, speeding, tire spinning, etc. on Woodward Avenue, especially on the weekends in the summer, is also evident. Again, my name is Hodgson, 4325 Arlington. Both my wife and I are against the location of this house on Woodward Avenue between 13 Mile and 14 Mile. Thank you.
My name is Jake Grimsky. I'm a Royal Oak resident. I live at 4331 Robinwood. I'm calling in regards to the zoning of the recreational marijuana dispensaries that you guys are discussing this evening. I'm 100% against where you guys are trying to place the dispensaries along the Woodward corridor. I think it is against all that Royal Oak is known for in putting these storefronts along Woodward, mainly because these storefronts are in the backyards of all of our neighborhoods. And I do not want my children to be playing in my backyard with a dispensary sitting right there, because I know the plan is to try to put one just north of Normandy and Woodward, wherever I live. I'm not really sure what the mayor is trying to accomplish by putting them in the backyards of our neighborhoods. I think the proper way of doing this is to put them in industrial areas. And with that being said, if you'd like to call me back with any other information or would like to speak with me further, please do so. Thank you for your time.
This is Susan Weddle. I'm a ROK resident. And I think if, as City Commission and the Mayor are saying, we are misinformed, those of us who are concerned about the marijuana businesses, I think you need to have more input from residents. That the input has not been allowed and has not been enabled or encouraged. Woodward Avenue, for most of us, goes through bedroom communities, very quiet bedroom communities, except for Dream Cruise. We like that. Downtown Royal Oak is a whole different matter. That's, 20-year-olds, 30-year-olds, bars. There's lots of places to put marijuana businesses that make more sense than Woodward, right adjoining our neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
My name is Lynette Roman. I live on Kensington Street in Royal Oak. I'm just calling to say I am totally against the recreational marijuana stores showing up along Woodward Avenue. We can do better than this, Royal Oak. Wake up.
Hello, my name is Kathleen White. I'm a Royal Oak resident for the past 23 years, and I am opposed to the marijuana stores along the Woodward corridor. I live in walking distance of Woodward, and I don't want my property values to decline. We enjoy being able to walk to the ice cream stores and to the new Woodward corner market, and please don't ruin our city and our lives for the pot business. Please start over to include neighborhood input before drafting an ordinance. I'd appreciate your time in this. Thank you.
Hi, this is Dean Benjamin, just calling to verbalize my support in your guys' recreational move towards marijuana, and just happy to see that the city's moving forward towards the right way. Have a great day. Take care. Bye-bye.
My name is Jerry Laduca. I'm calling about the rezoning. I disapprove of the way this is being handled. The rezoning isn't just open. This won't be just for pot stores. It'll open up any adult business, like escort services, massage parlors, poker or pawn brokers, and body piercing. It may not start that way, but it could end that way. Nobody ever figured that the Royal Oak bosses would want to open 18 adult stores on Woodward Avenue, so anything can happen. If a business isn't good enough for downtown or in the Belmont corridor, it shouldn't be good enough to be on Woodward, where it butts right up against homes less than 60 feet away. The comparison to liquor stores isn't valid. Liquor stores don't have 24/7 security standing outside. And the best pawn or the best pot stores in the country, that's exactly what you have, because these are primarily cash businesses where a lot of these businesses can't do business with banks because of federal regulations. And finally, the way this is being handled stinks. They're trying to rush this through, not notifying any of the neighbors or the neighborhoods which are going to be directly impacted and which can impact the impact values of their homes. You're trying to put a two-story one at Golden Basket, and you look behind it, there's an alley and houses. These zoning laws were put into place for a reason. And finally, this is the same administration that put through, 18 no-bid contracts into the buildings going in downtown. The best people that make out on no-bid contracts are the people that pick the no-bid contracts, not necessarily the city. And this is being run through almost, I'm surprised you're not having this meeting at midnight. Anyway, that's all I got to say. Thank you. Bye.
My name
name is Danielle Maisano, and I'm calling in regards to my opposition for the mega marijuana stores on Woodward, and specifically in the area of the old Golden Basket location. This is a residential area where there are plenty of parks and an elementary school down the street where children ride their bikes and play outside and walk and are with their families. And I do not feel this is a location appropriate for an establishment selling marijuana. This is a family neighborhood, close-knit community, and it is just not the right fit for a marijuana store anywhere in our backyard. Thank you.
My name is David Lowenstein. I live near Catalpa and Woodward. I am calling to express that I would support any marijuana business that wishes to establish itself on Woodward, downtown, or other spot within the city of Royal Oak that follows the city's guidelines. I've lived in Royal Oak for 1 year, and before that, I lived in Oregon. Marijuana stores are part of the community in Oregon, and like most retail businesses, people come and go, and they don't linger there. I didn't feel threatened by their presence, and I would welcome any potential tax revenue these stores would provide to the city, and sales for businesses that might be adjacent to them.
This is John Colby, and I would like to put in my public support for Royal Oak adopting recreational marijuana. I understand how much the different stakeholders have worked hard to get this passed, and it would be a shame if it didn't. And I would love to keep Royal Oak as progressive as possible and make sure Royal Oak is continued to be viewed as one of the premier cities to live and work in, and viewed as the city for other cities to emulate. And so I would, again, like to voice my support for the legalization and the adoption of recreational marijuana in Royal Oak. Thank you.
Ashley Marisol. I'm calling from 707 Oak Ridge Avenue. I'm part of adding the marijuana shops or changing the language to ban marijuana shops for the city of Royal Oak. It's really sad that people are using the issue and language to shame other citizens and people who are just normal people who may use marijuana and would utilize these shops. Marijuana shop would add a stable business to the area in a area that is growing financially. The businesses would be able to provide tax revenue, and people coming to the city for those needs would also spend money in other areas of the city. In the city of Denver, they showed that after recreational marijuana was legalized, it led to a 19% reduction in crime. We should ask the city of Ferndale if they've seen any reductions in crime. They recently, just a couple months ago, voted to increase their licenses for marijuana shops from 3 to 5. So something good must be going on there. As far as security, there's all safe locations. They have security guards. If they're on Woodward, the state police and Royal Oak PD would be patrolling and have eyes on the shop. They're required to be 1,000 feet away from schools, and the marijuana cannot be smoked in public. So you don't have to worry about the kids in that case. Also, the Royal Oak residents want this. They did the survey with a 3% margin of error. So it seemed to represent the community. The people who took the survey said that they wanted marijuana regulations consistent with alcohol, and 67% said yes, that they wouldn't mind retail in the city. So I just wanted to add my voice to show support for opening marijuana shops in the city of Detroit, even off of Woodward. Thank you.
Hello, this is Batman Agro. I fully support recreational marijuana in city of Royal Oak. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Jenna. I'm just calling to say that I support Royal Oak adopting recreational marijuana. There has been so much work going on. Hi, my name is Jenna.
is Ben Bukovich. I'm here to call and support the opt for recreational marijuana to become a thing in Royal Oak, Michigan. We want to try and keep Royal Oak with the times, keep it progressive, and make sure that Royal Oak continues to be viewed as a city all other cities would like to be like. I'm hoping that with this call that we'll be able to pool enough people and enough people to make this happen. Thank you.
This is Mariana Dawes. I'm calling to show my full support to the City of Royal Oak adopting recreational marijuana. I support all the city officials who have worked tirelessly to bring such opportunities to citizens who need it in the city. Thank you so much for all your cooperation.
Is Mary, and I'm just calling to show support for Royal Oak adopting recreational marijuana and how much has gone into from city officials. I want to keep Royal Oak progressive and make sure Royal Oak is continued to be viewed as a city all other cities want to be like. Thank you.
My name is Jeffrey Johnson. I'm a resident of Royal Oak, and I do support having recreational marijuana with discretions, of course, but I think that would be good. Thank you. Bye.
This is Matt Banchek. I'm a resident on Buckingham and Royal Oak, and I'm leaving this message to voice my objection to any amendment to the City of Royal Oak's Code of Ordinances as it applies to the vote on marijuana establishments, including the 1,000 feet spacing requirement.
My name is Stephen Truscott. I live at 3630 Dukeshire Highway. Phone number 248-550-9740. My home is near Woodward and 13. My family has resided here for more than 6 years. Public comment is most of those who voted in favor of legalization of marijuana likely did not expect that marijuana-related businesses would be set up near their homes. I do not support changes in zoning or any action by the City Commission that would encourage marijuana-related or, in fact, any other type of adult-oriented businesses near our homes. I respectfully request the Commission to severely restrict the number and type of marijuana-related businesses permitted along the Woodward corridor, especially near my home. And also wanted to state clearly that our neighborhood chooses not to be a part of the commercialization of marijuana. Thank you.
This is Erica Sykes. I'm calling tonight to let you know how extremely disappointed I am in this past Monday's commission meeting. To hear an elected official come out and try to discredit public comments made by citizens concerned with the proposed plan to place marijuana establishments directly next to their neighborhood, their parks, and their churches before he has even heard what they are going to say gives the impression that you don't really care to hear differing opinions from your own. To see that other commissioners joined in to repeat this was even more disturbing. To top it off, you cut off public comment on the topic and pushed it to another day to allow yourself time to rally your own supporters to drown out valid resident concerns with the current plan. All in all, this seems to be a predetermined plan to disenfranchise the very residents you took an oath to serve. I do hope that residents are taking note that instead of defending the proposal on its merits, there are those on this commission who have chosen to attack those who point out valid concerns they have with the current plan rather than listen to their constituents. The reality is that residents who called in are not misinformed or, to quote the mayor, victims of an architect of misinformation who is pushing false information. Until recently, these residents who lived along the Woodward corridor and who would be directly impacted by this proposal were in the dark about what was going on because our government has done a lousy job of providing information to them about what the plan is. Over the course of the last 2 days, Certain commissioners have made it a point to discredit residents' concerns via social media, pointing out useless public meetings as proof that residents had ample knowledge of what was going on and therefore are now not allowed to express dissent before the item is put to a vote and the decision is solidified. Many of these public meetings that were pointed out as proof were things like workshops held in small meeting rooms that catered to allowing the pot industry to talk about the benefits of marijuana in Royal Oak. Had you done even one town hall in a large venue with the proper notice to discuss the current plan, you would have probably not have received such a response during public comment the other night. Despite the claim from some on the commission, residents are not ignorant about what is in the proposal that is to be discussed tonight and know that they don't like what they are currently seeing. If approved, marijuana facilities would be located close to their homes, parks, playgrounds, places of worship with zero setbacks, and these facilities will also have to seek waivers because they are not going to be able to meet the off-street parking requirements. Since there have been zero impact studies done, it's unclear if there would be an impact to the surrounding neighborhoods in terms of increased traffic, so residents who live in these areas have a valid concern. I urge you to please listen to the residents who have already expressed concern with this current proposal and delay discussion on this topic until after you've held at least one major town hall meeting to solicit real feedback from the residents. You can also use this as an opportunity to clear up the confusion that you say is evident. It is not impossible to get this done. You've done it before. When you were asking residents to participate in the design of Normandy Oaks Park, and you also did it when you were sharing information about the city center when you held that meeting.
My name is Jordan Goodman. I just wanted to express my support for Royal Oak adopting recreational marijuana in the city and recognize how much hard work has gone into making all this happen from the city officials. Me personally would love to see Royal Oak, stay progressive and make sure Royal Oak is continued to be viewed as a city all other cities want to be like. So fully support it. Thank you very much.
My name is Keith Schiller, Royal Oak, calling in support for Royal Oak adopting recreational marijuana. I wanted to recognize how much hard work has gone in. Express my full support for all the city officials. I would love to see, as I believe everybody in Royal Oak would love to see it stay progressive as a city as a whole. We want Royal Oak to be a city that other people want to come live in for the future. Thank you very much.
My name is Rachel. I'm calling to support Royal Oak adopting recreational marijuana, and I think that it's a really great idea to keep Royal Oak progressive and make sure that Royal Oak is continued to be viewed as a city that all other cities want to be just like, and it will be really beneficial to the city. So yeah, again, my name is Rachel and I'm calling to support Royal Oak for adopting recreational marijuana. Have a great day.
My name is Kitty, and I'm totally against the marijuana shops in Royal Oak. This is Debbie. I live right off of Woodward Avenue behind Pasquale's restaurant. I am totally against this marijuana stores in this area. I had heard through a friend that the Golden Basket was sold to a jeweler's. My friend was the owner there, so I don't know where this marijuana thing came from, but they can just keep the marijuana stores downtown Royal Oak where they put all the bars. Thank you. My name is Mary Beth Harrison. I am a Royal Oak homeowner and taxpayer. I'm calling to voice my opposition to allow marijuana retailers to operate within the Woodward corridor. Monday night, citizens were treated to the commission's opinion that we were misinformed about what was being done at the Golden Basket. Well, I think I beg to differ with that because Stephen Schaefer, one of the developers, actually told a business owner on Woodward that was the purpose for that for the Golden Basket is a marijuana dispensary. Also, a Mr. Jared Dell of the Mid America Group, 248-514-0545,
repeatedly contacted 3 neighbors in the Cooper, Dakota area in an effort to buy their property for parking, which he told them that's what it was for. One of the neighbors, who was pregnant at the time, said that Mr. Dell was so persistent, she was thinking of calling the police as he continually harassed her and her husband in an effort to buy their property. We as citizens have repeatedly asked why the dispensaries can't be put downtown. We are never given an answer, not much less an unbelievable one. For the 7/14/20 edition of the Royal Oak Tribune, the DDA in Royal Oak is offering $400,000 in e-gift cards for downtown businesses. This is a certain sign that downtown businesses are in trouble and need cash. So why not put dispensaries there then? There is plenty of parking thanks to the mayor and all those spanking new parking structures that are there. No schools, churches, or families around either. Oh, by the way, you should probably contact your compadres in the city of Berkeley, as several of their vacant businesses along Woodward, which are just north of the cemetery there, have been purchased recently by a California company. I can't say for sure what they're going to put in there, but it would be kind of egg on your face if you had competitors right across the street. Thank you.
My name is Patty, and I support recreational marijuana in Royal Oak. Thank you.
I support recreational marijuana. My name is Keith. Royal Oak.
Carol Hodgen. I live in the Royal Oak Beverly Hills subdivision. You have listened to many Royal Oak residents who are strongly opposed to a marijuana store in the empty Golden Basket, the vacant Army Navy store, or along Woodward. Please listen to us as you listen to the downtown business owners who are opposed to a marijuana retail store in the downtown. I urge you to place the establishment in the general industrial area. Why alienate the residents who live adjacent to Woodward? Putting the marijuana store in an industrial area is a good compromise. Please vote no for marijuana along Woodward. Thank you very much.
I called before. Even though I'm calling again, I really don't think it makes a difference. I think you will vote whatever you want to vote, just for the tax relief. I'm totally against the proposition of putting a 2-story pot dispensary in a residential neighborhood, close to a church, close to the school. Find a better location. It's legalized, not a problem. Get it out of the neighborhood. Thank you.
My name is Patty Reynolds Small Murphy, and I'm calling in regards to the new marijuana stores that the city would like to input. And I would like to see the studies on the traffic and the parking arrangements. And I'm still concerned over anything being close to any of our schools or parks. I have a child and I'm very interested in that kind of stuff. So please take that into consideration. Thank you.
Yeah, nice smirk. You've again made your irresponsible assumptions regarding the residents of the city. Voting to legalize marijuana did not mean we voted to have retail shops in neighborhoods. Frankly, most of us are not against marijuana stores, just where you choose to locate them. You should have taken better notes like you have in the past. Moron, troublemaker, stupid, send in the IRS. Yes, our illustrious mayor's notes. You remember those from last fall, right? There are approximately 5,000 unique family addresses within 1,000 feet of the Woodward corridor, and none received a mailed notice by the city. Obviously, planning and Timmy Twig, under your guidance, do the most minimal possible for the taxpayer. Bravo on your publicity campaign via various social media outlets in an effort to pound down your tax-paying constituents for daring to challenge your ineptness. your brazen disregard for their concerns and issues, your continued path of established pay-to-play in the city, all while calling them misguided and misinformed liars. Bravo to your lack of candor, transparency, and foolishness, thinking that people watching tonight and challenging your recklessness are stupid, misinformed, and unable to follow the dotted line of your actions that started last fall and now will culminate with you pushing forward an ordinance that does not protect their families, their homes, neighborhoods, or property values, all while there are multiple options that would work just as well, but probably not possess the same kickback opportunities as the Woodward Corridor does. This is why you say Normandy Clinic and Dr. Tom Kopsch is a misinformed liar. However, the lobby was full of patients waiting to see the doctor on June 4th, and I was one of them. I heard the developer state the Golden Basket was going to be a retail marijuana outlet. I'm looking forward to your lie detector results in the press release, because how would the developer know that if he hadn't talked to you or through you with his representative, our former mayor? You push this fallacy of tax dollars for the city, which is a damn joke. Published material by the state of Michigan and some simple math shows us all Royal Oak will gain less tax dollars than the enforcement of these retail shops will cost the taxpayer. Federal agencies watching the marijuana licensing state that most all the money for establishing retail outlets comes on the front end of the deal in a pay-to-play. As you know well from your previous deals, pay-to-play creates more contributors to election coffers. The same is true here, plus more. But really, Merriam-Webster has you pegged. Provocateurs, ones who deviate from the truth. You lie, you provocate, you equivocate, palter, fib, and tell untruths. Lie while imputing dishonesty. A provocateur softens the bluntness of a lie by implying quibbling or confusing the issues. While they use words having more than one sense, so it seems to say one thing but intend another, endlessly in an attempt to mislead their inquisitors and your tax-paying residents. They also make unreliable statements of fact or intention or insincere promises, such as a swindler paltering for his investors or our mayor and the commission majority with their constituents. Have a great evening.
My name is John Kenny, K-E-N-N-E-Y, and I'm a Royal Oak resident. I'm calling to voice my concern and disappointment and opposition to having marijuana stores open up on Woodward Avenue. Not only would it cause a lowering of housing values along the Woodward corridor on either side, but if facts remain true as they do, the number of homeless and other individuals who are not residents of the city would begin to assemble at various points along Woodward as well. That's happened in Seattle. It's happened in Denver. It's happened in Austin, Texas. It has not been good for crime, nor for the citizens and the citizens' welfare of Royal Oak. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amanda Farber. I live in the city of Royal Oak, and I just want to voice my support for the city adopting recreational marijuana. I want to keep the city progressive and moving. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brett, here at ETT, Seidel, S-I-D-L-E. My address is 4510 Elmwood Avenue, Royal Oak. I'm calling in opposition to the marijuana dispensary shop that is being proposed here in northern Royal Oak on Woodward Avenue at the former Golden Basket or at the old Joe's Army Navy. So again, I'm opposed to this. I hope that the City Council will weigh the decision in allowing dispensary, potentially a pawn shop here in our neighborhood. So thank you very much. Have a great day. Bye.
Hello, this is Carol Kenny, a 20-year resident of Royal Oak, and I'm very concerned about the prospect of recreational marijuana stores coming to Woodward Avenue. I'm very much against marijuana stores on Woodward. This will
will have a very serious negative effect on property values, on safety in the area, greater incidence of traffic accidents because there may be more people driving while high, and just a general concern as to how this will change our town. Thank you very much.
I'm calling about the recreational marijuana ordinance that's being reviewed. I am in favor of it and legalizing it in Royal Oak. Hopefully, I would like to see it away from the downtown area, maybe closer to the Beaumont Hospital over there. And I think that makes the most sense because there's a hospital there, and if there was any urgent care centers there, things like that. If anything were to go wrong, the hospital's right there, emergency's right there. So I am for it, as long as it's in the right areas. I think over there by the hospital, Beaumont 13-mile area, Woodward is a great spot. I'm also a business owner in Royal Oak, 11-mile. My name is John Achu. I'm just calling in. Thank you. Bye.
My name is Tom Regan, R-E-G-A-N. I live at 3126 Glenview. And I'm calling because I listened to the public comments from Monday, and it reminded me of that old movie Reefer Madness. Some of you might remember Reefer Madness. It came out in the 1930s. It was an anti-marijuana movie. I saw it in the 1970s because movie theaters were playing it then because it was a comedy. People found the original movie very funny just because of the hysteria and the half-witted claims in the original movie. And listening to the public comments Monday night, the same hysterical half-witted claims about marijuana, I thought, my goodness, these people are living in the 1930s. I have to admit, I wasn't very shocked to hear the barely concealed racism in a lot of the comments. The marijuana laws have always been driven by racism, by hatred of black and brown. And I'm sorry, but it wasn't a bit surprising to hear the thinly disguised racist appeals in the Monday night comments, words like Detroit and Pontiac and so on. They're obviously appealing to racial fears. But you know what? It's 2020. 70% of Royal Oak just voted to make this stuff legal. And you as a commission, you've had a long series of public meetings. You've had a lot of good participation. And I encourage you to continue on the track you're on and allow for the commercial sale of marijuana in Royal Oak. It's just way overdue. I look forward to the day when a person can go to Aldi's or Myers and pick up their marijuana with the groceries, the same way you could get a bottle of beer or a chocolate ice cream. There's really silly to have all of this hysteria and half-witted claims around this, relatively benign substance. And thank you for your time.
Hello. I'm a 40-year Royal Oak resident who lives near 13 in Woodward. I'm calling about your plans to allow 11 drug house/dispensaries along Woodward. I'm totally opposed to these plans. Since the Royal Oak government has already ruined the downtown area with all the bars and high rises, I suggest you allow them to operate downtown. Thank you.
Hi, this is Amy, last name Udich. I am not interested in a mega marijuana shop at the Golden Basket. We had called in earlier. We did not want the pawn store and the old Joe's Army Navy. We have a neighborhood right behind those buildings with an elementary school attached. We do not need marijuana shops, 11 of them on Woodward. I understand that you guys rezoned so there would be no marijuana shops down in the downtown area. You should never be putting these on Woodward in the first place. You should undo the rezoning, and they need to be put downtown by the police station. We do not need drug running and all the other extras that come with between Detroit and Pontiac
when you set up all these marijuana stores on Woodward. And again, we have an elementary school there. We have a hospital. We have a fire station. We have 2 parks. I don't need to see people in the parks smoking pot. Thank you.
This is Sarah Heiser, 4319 Robinwood, Royal Oak, and I'm calling regarding the rezoning or variances to the Woodward corridor for marijuana shops. I want to tell you that I'm opposed to it. Royal Oak has grown into the lovely city it is by supporting the residential districts. We are a residential town, and I would like it to remain that way. I do not want to make any variances on the original master plan. I would like us to follow the master plan and support residences, and if you do need a spot for a marijuana business, to put it in the designated business zones, which would be over by Delamere or downtown. I did watch the meeting where you decided that you would not have any marijuana stores downtown. Well, times have changed since then, and there are vacancies. There's lots of parking. Having a marijuana store downtown, whereas all that ample parking, I don't see why you'd have to change the variances. So, excuse me, it's allergies you're hearing. To tear down buildings along Woodward and change variances so that you can have more parking on Woodward. You have it downtown. So I stand against this. I have mentioned before, I do not like former employees, city officials representing companies to come and work and get approval from the our mayor and city commission that's in service right now. I see it as a conflict of interest, whether it's in Royal Oak, Lansing, or DC. If I could vote that out, I would vote that out. I do not want this in Royal Oak. Thank you very much. Oh, to add to that, if we had publicized what the discussion was on this a long time ago, people wouldn't have had misinformation. In the age of media, social media, this could have been everywhere of this variance meeting and what you chose to do. And then people wouldn't have been calling in and responding to misinformation because they would have received the correct information from our city council. I thank you very much. Vote it out. We don't want it. Thank you.
My name is Becky, and I support recreational marijuana in Royal Oak. Thank you.
Yes, calling on the pot shop that is going in Golden Basket on Woodward. I think it's a bad idea, especially if it's going to be a 2-story. One, there's a park right across the street with the church where there are a lot of kids are playing, and it's not too far from Upton Elementary School. So I think you really need to rethink this and vote against it. Thank you.
This is Rick Kowalski speaking on the 2 proposals for the marijuana that was coming up on the 16th here. A couple of things that I have a big problem with, particularly with the zoning ordinances. There is absolutely no statement of limitations to number of facilities, nor is there any evidence that I can find to restrict the size of said entities. You know that if you're even thinking of putting them on Woodward, there's going to be a parking issue. So also, how are we going to navigate around having variances for these, even though if you put them in as and keep the adult business with the various requirements that are currently in the zoning requirements, how are we going to prevent petitioners coming in and just waiving all of those anyway, and any kind of ordinance just gets gutted at the ZBA or the planning commission? Also, I really don't understand why we need to put it on Woodward. There's a whole bunch of light industrial areas that we can put a store in off the beaten path, not close to any neighborhoods that could be certainly used for these enterprises. We did have a survey, and certainly when people said business district, I think that's what they meant, business. They certainly said they didn't want them at neighborhood businesses because it's too close to the neighborhood. So why anybody would think that Woodward having neighborhoods so close to the business district would also be okay, but putting it on, say, Gardenia or Lincoln would not be. I don't understand. Also, I'm sure that the downtown businesses don't want these stores in their area, and that should tell you something also as far as location of these things. So I would certainly hope you would pull this back and take a look at putting some teeth in the ordinance at the very least as to exactly how many of these stores we're going to have in Royal Oak and exactly how big they can be. Thank you.
My name is Beth, and I support recreational marijuana in Royal Oak. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Richard Murphy. I am a concerned tax-paying citizen and resident of the city of Royal Oak, and I'm calling in on the zoning and marijuana action items on the agenda. I have to tell you, I was not real happy with what I saw Monday night because many people took the time to call in and voice their opinions on what you elected officials ought to be looking at. And we understand you have a tough job to do. However, you laughed at them. You made them feel dumb. Your comments, I thought I was watching a bunch of junior high kids, and you should be ashamed for the way you were treating these people. When one of the people stood up, Miss Gibbs stood up for some of the comments and talked about it, she was shot down by others on the board. And I'm just amazed at how you people could act that way. It's childish. Again, the taxpayers are telling you and the citizens of the city are telling you that I don't personally have a problem with the medical or the recreational marijuana. It was voted on. It was accepted. And the city has said they want to do it, the voters. However, my only problem with it is where you want to put it. Now, there's been talk of multiple locations up and down Woodward in the corridor there. I'm not in agreement with that, and still I'm not in agreement with that. There was a comment made the other night about 18 to 30, and Mayor Fournier laughed about it and thought, that the person saying it was kind of out of line. Truth be told, the ordinance right now, the way it's written, doesn't even have a defined number, which means, truthfully, you could go back behind closed doors again and put whatever number you want. And it's not only for the retail establishment, but it's for the producers, the transporters, the testers, and the 9 different businesses that derive the marijuana industry. So I think people would be a lot happier if you guys would hear what's being said, take it into consideration, start over with a town hall meeting and inform people. You complained about misinformation, but the issue, it seems, is the misinformation isn't coming from some guy who put out a flyer and talked to some people at a church. Misinformation seems to be coming from our elected officials, and I really think that's a shame. And honestly, I think it's shameful, to be honest. Definitely think that this needs to be adjourned. We need to come together as a city. You need to take input from the citizens because we're the ones that are going to have to live with this the rest of our lives when this goes in, because being that you're ready to give up on zoning and give a bunch of variances wherever you want, that is one of the main issues, because as we all know, when you do that to property, it lasts forever. So we want to make sure this is the right move. We all love the city. I don't want to see people move away. I don't want to move away. I do know there's a need for it. I do know you said the voters. Yes, my name is Richard Murphy.
My name is Elise Cohen. I'm calling because I would like to voice my support for Royal Oak adopting recreational marijuana. I know that so much work has already gone into this from city officials, and I want to keep Royal Oak progressive and make sure that Royal Oak is viewed as a city all other cities want to be like. I think it's really important to listen to the people of the city. I'd love to get rid of the eyesores such as that seedy motel on Woodward, which is absolutely an eyesore and has no place really being open anymore. Please take this stuff into consideration as I think it's extremely important.
Hello, my name is John Galetta. I'm calling about the marijuana zoning ordinance. The mayor and commission speak very arrogantly when they suggest the residents are ill-informed. I assure you, the residents can read documents on the city website. It is the commission who is out of touch. None of the commissioners live near the marijuana establishment sites listed on the maps on your website. Only the residents who live 1,000 feet from the marijuana establishments should be allowed to vote on them. Thank you.
My name is Cliff Higgin, and my wife and I are in opposition to the variance changes for the adult businesses that are planning to go up along Woodward, specifically the marijuana shops that have been proposed for the Golden Basket and the pawn shop for the old Joe's Army Navy. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, this is Gail McGuire from 4456 Arlington. And I am concerned that most of the setbacks have been removed from the original ordinance that I read originally, that there would be setbacks of 1,000 feet from a school, a park, a church, and another marijuana store. There was also a setback of 150 feet from homes, and this has been removed in this present ordinance. Now it just states that there only needs to be a 1,000-foot setback from a school and another marijuana facility. Also on Monday, you said this ordinance calls for only a handful of stores. Actually, the ordinance that I can tell states that 11 stores on Woodward and 8 stores in the industrial areas will be allowed. So I was wondering if you could please clarify this for me. Thank you very much. Bye.
This is Laura King, last name King. My number is 313-587-8760. I'm calling to leave this message stating that I am not in favor of any marijuana shops popping up along Woodward Avenue. Again, I am not in favor of that. If you have any questions or concerns, give me a call. 313-878-0. Thanks. Bye.
My name is Dina Nagel, and I live close to the Woodward corridor. And I see no need that we need 11 marijuana stores. You'd think you could come up with something better than that. What are we going to do with 11 marijuana stores?
Hello, my name is Greg LeBoy, and I live at 4307 Beverly Court in Royal Oak. I'm calling to express my opposition to the marijuana ordinance before the Commission as it is presently drafted and proposed. In support, I will keep my comments brief. While I understand that a survey of city residents was completed in the past, and this issue has been working its way through the various levels of our city bureaucracy for some time, I believe that this Commission owes a special affirmative obligation to reach out to those residents who will be most directly impacted by the proposed ordinance. Certainly to listen to their legitimate concerns and the worries that they raise, and most importantly, to incorporate revisions that adequately address those concerns before any ordinance is adopted by this Commission. When the question of marijuana shops was put to Royal Oak voters on the ballot, or when the questions were put to Royal Oak residents through the surveys completed, the questions and options submitted did not resemble in any meaningful way the ordinance that is now before this Commission. Chief among the discrepancies, in my opinion, is how many marijuana shops will be permitted under the ordinance. I do not believe that voters or survey respondents in any way contemplated or gave their blessing to a proposal that would allow, as I understand it, up to 18 shops and one stretch of road in our community, with the potential option for later variances that would permit even more. While this number may not be in the final proposal voted on by this commission, at this point, myself and other residents of our community have legitimate concerns about this issue, and we have a right to know how many shops are actually going to be permitted under the ordinance before any vote by this commission takes place. Further, with regard to the proposed locations along the Woodward corridor under this ordinance, I do not believe that anyone has adequately explained why areas of our city zoned industrial, which also had strong support among survey respondents, would be an insufficient alternative. Ultimately, this issue is a big decision for this commission that has potential to seriously reshape our community that we all love, and which may have serious implications, especially for those residents with homes along the Woodward corridor, and for whom this is their direct community in which they live their daily lives. I respectfully request that this commission reject the ordinance today. I respectfully request that this commission revise and improve the ordinance, especially on the issue of the number of shops that will be permitted, which should be no more than 1 or 2 as necessary to service our small community, and then dialogue with your constituents and address the concerns raised, especially by those of us who will be most directly impacted by this or any future proposal. Thank you.
My name is Linda, and I live on Normandy between Woodward and Greenfield. I'm a lifelong resident of Royal Oak, almost 60 years. And I'm calling in regards to the marijuana/pawn shop proposal. I strongly believe that the commission could consider other areas that would be more residential friendly. I'm concerned about these kinds of places being put too close to where all of us live, and just wish that they would reconsider maybe downtown or industrial areas. Thank you.
Mayor Fournier and members of the City Commission, that concludes the public comment for this evening.
All right, thank you, Ms. Schwinger. I want to thank everyone for taking time out of their busy schedules to call in. It seemed like there was some public comment about, the availability of information, et cetera. I just want to assure everybody, if you actually, the number that you got to call in on tonight's agenda, if you scroll down, you can see a list of all the resources, or at least all the meetings that we've had. All meetings have been public. Mr. Gillum, I'm not aware of any closed session discussions we've had related to this topic. Am I correct in my memory?
That's correct, Mayor. We have not had any closed session discussion.
Okay, so everything that we've discussed has been in the public from August 13th, 2019, September 10th, 2019, October 8th, 2019, November 12th, 2019, November 12th, 2018, February 11th, 2019, February 25th, 2019, March 4th, 2019, June 10th, 2019, July 8th, 2019, July 22nd, 2019, December 16th, 2019, January 13th, 2020, February 5th, 2020, April 27th, 2020, May 11th, 2020, May 19th, 2020, July 13th, 2020, and then of course today. So all these meetings have been public, posted, available on social media. I understand not everyone's scanning and looking at those things, and there were some questions about notice. Keep in mind, we're looking at ordinances in the first reading, okay? So there's time between the first and second readings. And on top of that, any establishment that would apply to the city of Royal Oak would have to go through all of these notice requirements and everything like that. And so we're here talking about the basic infrastructure of how this law will be implemented in the city of Royal Oak. Mr. Gillum, just to be clear, we haven't had any applications come in. Like I keep hearing this golden basket thing, and it keeps throwing me for a loop, because until public comment last week, I've never heard anything about a golden basket. There's no application. I mean, we're not even taking applications because we don't even have any ordinances on the books.
Mayor, we don't have an ordinance on the books. We don't have an application developed for someone to complete and submit, even if they wanted to.
So at best, this might be a real estate speculator, somebody out there, but interesting to learn nonetheless that somebody's out there. And those are some of the things that we're talking about and addressing related to speculative investors in our community and what that means in terms of these ordinances. So there's a lot that we have discussed to discuss tonight. There's a lot of stuff I think that I took away from the public comment that's been on my mind and that's meritable, but I just want to make sure everybody knows there's a lot of misinformation out there that doesn't really seem germane, that might be a little bit incomplete at best, that the city certainly has posted out there, but may not have been selected for other discussions outside city discussions going on in the community. So we're going to have a good, robust discussion tonight. With that, we do have an agenda after public comment. So I'm going to ask if someone wishes to move tonight's agenda. Motion by Commissioner Dubuck. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Perush. Discussion? Okay, with no discussion, I'll call a roll call vote.
Mr. Mayor, I'm raising my hand.
Oh, I didn't see it. Yeah, that background you got there kind of hides your hand sometimes, Commissioner Lavasser. Okay, Commissioner Lavasser, go ahead.
I would move that we switch the order on the agenda. We take up the planning, the zoning first.
Okay, that Commissioner Lavasser has, I assume you moved that in the form of an amendment.
That is correct.
Is there a second for that amendment? We have a second by Commissioner Gibbs. Okay, discussion on the amendment to switch items 7 and 6. Commissioner Macy.
I'm just wondering what Mr. Twing thinks about that, like if there's a reason that we should do one before the other, or Mr. Gillum. I mean, I don't know a reason to do one before the other, but maybe they do.
Commissioners, I'm not aware of a reason why we need to do one before the other. Eventually, we will need to do both, though. I mean, if we do one and we don't do the other, it doesn't do any good. So
I would agree in the sense of which one it doesn't matter what you do in order, other than under the licensing ordinance, if you establish caps, there will be revisions that are required to the zoning ordinance. I don't know whether it makes sense to decide whether you're going to place caps on the types of facilities first or not, because that will impact some of the discussion tonight is in terms of number of establishments that may occur.
Commissioner Dubuck?
Yeah, actually, Mr. Twing just said what I was going to say, which I think the order right now makes sense because the conversation around caps informs the conversation around zoning. If we have the conversation around zoning, then it's this whole, there's going to be 11 or 18 conversation, which we can very well nip in the bud by reaching consensus on whatever cap we want to fill in on the blanks here on page 7 of the draft ordinance. So, I'm not aghast at the suggestion, but it seems to make sense that one leads to the other. So I would prefer to leave it as it is. So I won't support the amendment.
Anybody else? I see Commissioner Douglas and then Commissioner Perush and then Commissioner Lavasser.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with the motion, only because I feel like the zoning ordinance has fewer moving parts than the licensing ordinance, and it's finite. It's physical. You dictate an area and then it's settled. And I think once we get those things settled, then it removes a lot of other considerations from the licensing ordinance. So I must support the motion.
Commissioner Perush?
We definitely have to consider both ordinances tonight, and I don't think Commissioner Lavasser's suggestion is that for some reason, if we only get through one, then we don't deal with the other one. We're going to deal with them both. I think my preference would be to leave the order the way it is, just because it deals with the specific caps on the various types of licenses, and there might be a possibility that we can take that cap that we establish, if we establish caps, for example, dispensaries, and actually designate a certain number in different zones within the zoning ordinance. So it seems to me that perhaps we ought to deal with the total number of caps or number of types of businesses we want to do, and then consider the zoning ordinance to see if we can, if we want to, for example, if we decide we're only going to do 5 dispensaries in the city, perhaps when we get to the zoning ordinance, say, within the general business zone, we're going to only allow 2. Within the industrial zone, we're going to allow 3. So it seems to me that perhaps the logical order is to deal with the cap area first, which is in the licensing ordinance, and then the zoning ordinance. That's just how in my brain I'm dealing with the topic. But we're going to be dealing with them both. So, and there's no reason we can't go back and forth.
Commissioner Lavasser.
My general thought on here, and I've been inclined to go very slow and cautious on this topic. My preference would be allow other communities to experiment here and to kind of learn from their experiences on what things were positive, what things were negative for them, and then to for us to make informed decisions on that basis. For me, if I were to support the ordinance that's before us, number one tonight, the general licensing, I would be much more likely to do that if I knew that was restricted to the industrial area and didn't include the business area along Woodward. If the industrial area along Woodward, which is part of the zoning ordinance, is included in the area that we anticipate establishments, I would find it very difficult to support the other ordinance in this instance.
I'll just add, I'm 6 of one, half dozen of another. Although I kind of, my mind's wired. What are we going to do, and then where is it best? So if we decide what we want to do and how much, and then I think we can have the discussion where. That's just, I mean, if you go where, then it's okay. Well, based on where, what? Well, it seems a little bit of a flawed logic going that way, in my opinion. It's not to say it's bad logic. It's just that's not how my brain's wired. Commissioner Dubak.
Yeah, I understand where Commissioner Lasser's coming from, but again, we're on first reading tonight. So, if we land on a licensing ordinance that he's happy with, he can vote yes on it. And if he's not happy with where he landed on zoning, he can vote no, and then vote no on the licensing ordinance when we get in on second reading. I do think that the cap is a really important consideration when we're talking about zoning. So that's where I'm landing on it.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Okay, good discussion germane to the agenda change. Not on topic, but about the why or why not we would have the change. So I'm going to call for the vote. I'll start with Commissioner Lavasser.
Yes.
Commissioner Pruitt.
No.
Commissioner Gibbs.
Yes.
Commissioner Macy.
No.
Commissioner Dubak.
No.
Commissioner Douglas.
Yes.
And I vote no. So the motion fails. We're back to the original motion for the agenda. Any discussion on the original motion? Okay, with that, I'll call for the vote. Commissioner Douglas.
Yes.
Commissioner Dubak.
Yes.
Commissioner Macy.
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbs.
Yes.
Commissioner Pruitt.
Yes.
Commissioner Lavasser.
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay. So we have ourselves an established agenda. Mr. Gillum, I presume you'll kick this off for the recreational marijuana ordinance first reading.
Thank you, Mayor, and officially or formally, good evening, everyone. I thought maybe it would be before we start discussing really what we're talking about, to follow up on some of the mayor's comments, maybe we should try to make clear for everyone at home what we're not talking about. We're not talking about any specific type of marijuana establishment by any particular licensee. We are not talking about any particular marijuana establishment at any particular location. We're talking generally in terms of two issues tonight. The first, the licensing ordinance, which at the risk of oversimplifying things, is really to say what type of establishments we're going to allow. And if we are, if we're going to have a limit on the number of establishments we're going to allow. And then the zoning ordinance would deal more with where we're going to allow those establishments to take place. So we're not talking about massage parlors. We're not talking about any other adult businesses. We're not talking about tattoo parlors. We're not talking about escort services. None of the other things that I heard reference to made during public comment. We're talking about recreational marijuana establishments. along the same lines, we're not talking about medical marijuana facilities. Over the course of the discussions that we've had at our prior meetings, and in particular the two work sessions that we had, the direction that we've received from the commission is that, at least at this point in time anyway, recreational marijuana should be the priority. So that's what we focused on. Recreational marijuana, not medical marijuana. So at this point in time, the city has still not opted into medical marijuana. And at this point in time, medical marijuana is not formally part of the discussion. Along the same lines too, one of the things that we had discussed in terms of the regulation and separation of recreational marijuana establishments was the option that the commission had in terms of relying strictly upon zoning restrictions to dictate the number of establishments that would be allowed, or whether or not the commission wanted to establish some form of a cap on the different types of licenses. That is, the maximum number of any or all of the different types of licenses that are allowed under the state act. And the direction that we received from the majority of the commission was that you did want to discuss or consider options relative to some form of a cap. And then the follow-up with the cap then is, if you do want to establish caps on the number of any or all types of marijuana establishment licenses, then you have to develop some kind of a competitive process to determine which applicants are going to be eligible to be actually formally considered for licensing if there are more applicants for a type of license than what the cap allows. So the two drafts of the licensing ordinance that we're going to be talking about tonight both provide for a cap on the number of any or all of the classes of licenses. So we're not talking about zoning as a way of determining the number of licenses. Specifically, we're talking about a cap, and then again, as I mentioned, with that, the competitive process. So that's just kind of an idea of where we're at, what we are talking about, as opposed to what we're not talking about. I think it might be appropriate for me to just kind of begin with an overview of the licensing process that both of these ordinances contemplate. As it stands right now, the opt-out ordinance that we have in effect here in the city is scheduled to expire on August 15th. So what that would mean is, as of the date that the opt-out expires, assuming we get the licensing ordinance in place, then in theory, people would be eligible to start applying for recreational marijuana establishment licenses for the city. The process that these ordinances both contemplate, and the process is generally the same between the two, as I indicated in the cover memo that I put on the ordinances. Once we have licenses that are available, so once the opt-out has expired, the city manager would establish a window. That is a period of time where anyone who is interested in applying for a recreational marijuana license would be allowed to apply. How long that window would be up to the manager. But of course, it would have to be a reasonable time. And essentially, anyone who submitted an application within that window of time would potentially be eligible to be considered for a license. It's not quite that simple, but that's the general rule. It's not a situation where we would necessarily have people lining up outside the door to City Hall. We might have that anyway because people were anxious to get their applications in. But if your application came in on the first day that the window was open or on the last day the window was open, wouldn't really make any difference. You potentially would be eligible to be considered for a license. Once an application came in, there would be an expedited, kind of a cursory review of what was submitted by the staff to make sure that the application was complete, to make sure that the applicant had provided all the information that would be needed to do a more thorough review of the application. What the ordinances provide is that if in fact the application was complete, then the applicant would be notified and they would be given a period of time, I believe it's 10 business days, to supplement their application to get in any additional information that was missing in order for the application to be eligible for further review. If in fact the applicant didn't get the additional information within the 10-day window, the 10-day additional period, then their application would be rejected at that point in time. I suppose at that point, if they wanted to submit a brand new application, they could, as long as they were still within the window, but they would basically have to start all over again. So applications come in, they go through the cursory review. Either they are considered to be complete applications, or if they're not complete, the applicant is given the opportunity to fill in any gaps, to fill in any holes, to cure any defects. Then at the close of the window period, then we know how many completed applications there are that have come in. Then the staff will again start a review of the applications. But the purpose of that review and that point in time is to get the information to the city commission, so the city commission can take a look at the eligible applicants and then go through the competitive process to determine which of the applications should be getting priority in terms of going through the licensing process. And the language in the State Act is the competitive process has to reflect which business is the best suited to operate in compliance with the State Act, with the Michigan Regulation and Taxation of Marijuana Act. So there would be criteria that would be contained in the ordinance. Just to run over the criteria that's set in there very quickly, the City Commission would review the contents of the application, the applicant's history in terms of whether or not they had any tax delinquencies, outstanding bills, things like that. If they had operated a business here in the city of Royal Oak, what their business history was here in the city, what the applicant's criminal history was, if anything, what their general licensing history was in terms of any businesses they were operating or where they were involved in, whether there was any history of any bankruptcies. In terms of their application, what kind of improvements they were proposing to the location where the business would be located, and also consideration to what kind of energy efficiencies, infrastructure improvements, sustainable infrastructure, what they would be bringing to the table in terms of those kind of issues. So the City Commission then, using that process, would then develop a ranking. So if we had 8 applicants for a particular type of license, then the applicants would be ranked numbers 1 through number 8 by the City Commission. Based upon that ranking, then, the formal review of the applications would begin in the order of the ranking. So the application that was ranked the number 1 under the competitive process would be the first application to go through full review by the staff. And the reason that we would take those in numerical order, because there were a couple comments about this during public comment tonight, that because of the setback requirement that we have, setback requirements that are contained in the ordinance, that is 1,000 feet from any school and 1,000 feet from any other marijuana establishment, it really doesn't do us any good to be reviewing 2 in any great depth simultaneously if potentially they're located within that 1,000-foot buffer. So we'd start with number 1. We would go through the review process. Various city departments would take a look at the applications. And then eventually the staff review would be presented to the City Commission. And ultimately, the city commission would be making a decision as to whether or not that particular applicant should be granted a license. At roughly the same time, while the staff is doing its more thorough review, then there would be a separate review that would be undertaken from the planning division, because the way the ordinance is set up, the ordinances are set up, any marijuana establishment would be considered a special land use. So the application is going to have to go through a process on the planning level, including a public hearing before the planning commission on issues specific to the special land use. And this is proposed, this special land use would not be granted or denied by the planning commission, but the planning commission, after conducting a public hearing, would offer a recommendation to the city commission. So what we would envision would be that the staff's review relative to the issuance of a license and the planning division's review reference to the special land use would come to the city commission at the same time, at the same meeting. And so in theory, at the same meeting, the city commission would make a decision as to whether or not to grant a license to the applicant and to grant the special land use. It has to be both. It's not one or the other. It would have to be both. So they'd be proceeding on separate tracks, but at roughly the same time, more or less, so they could get to the city commission at the same time. So again, both of the ordinances that have been presented to you contain the same framework. What's different between the two is option number one would provide for up to all of the 9 different types of recreational marijuana licenses that are permitted under the state act. 3 classes of growers, processors, retailers, safety compliance facilities, secure transporters, marijuana micro businesses, and also co-located facilities as allowed by state law. The other ordinance, on the other hand, would only allow 2 types of marijuana licenses: the retail establishments and the marijuana micro businesses. So the other classes of classes of licenses would not be permitted under option number 2. So again, that's kind of a general overview. Tom Forshee from Dickinson Wright's Grand Rapids office, who is one of the main drafters of the ordinance, is with us tonight. Between the two of us, he and I will try to answer any questions that you might have about the ordinance. But again, to try to focus your discussion tonight relative to the licensing ordinances. What we're really asking you to do tonight is determine what types of licenses you believe that the city should be allowing. Again, it doesn't have to be the 2 or the 9. It could be anything in between. You could say you want to offer 4 or 5 and not the 9. Or you could stay with the 2, or you could pick one. Again, that's completely up to you. But after you've decided which type of licenses that you think that you would like to allow, the next question becomes, how many of each of those types of licenses would you like to allow? Because you can impose a cap, put a limit on the number of each type of license that you're going to allow. So if you wanted to allow 9 different licenses, in theory, you could have 9 different caps. You could have a different cap for each type of license. You could have the same cap for all the licenses. So again, what type of licenses do you want to allow? And then how many of each type of license do you want to allow? And then the related question too is, this came up, we had a pre-meeting on Monday morning. Tim Twing from planning and Tom and Jessica, his partner out in Grand Rapids. If you are going to have a cap, and both these ordinances assume that you're going to have some kind of a cap in place, other than the types of information that I've talked about for the competitive process, is there other information that you think you would like to have in order to be able to do that ranking, to put them through the competitive process? So again, we've put some general language in here based upon, in part from what Tom was able to find in some other communities, part of what's specifically allowed within the act. But if there are other things that you think you might like to know about an applicant, then we would like to know that too, so we can put that into the mix, so you'll have that for the competitive process. With that, I think that'll hopefully get us started. Again, Tom's available to answer questions. I'm available to answer questions. I know Tim's on the meeting too, if you have other questions for him too.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gillum, and thank you, Mr. Forshee, for your work on this, and thank you, Mr. Gillum, for that very clear summary for those who haven't had a chance to read it, or it was difficult for them to read that may be watching this meeting this evening. I do have one question for you before I open it up to the other commissioners. It's just dealing with this ranking thing. Maybe you could help explain how 7 individuals would go about the process of ranking 5 or 100 applicants, and how how that will actually work. Is it an average, everyone, like the AP poll for football? Everyone puts in their rankings, and then you sum it up and put them in order?
Well, I think we designated, didn't we wind up designating that to the city manager, the ranking portion? Here, let me find the right page here.
Tom, you're absolutely right. I'm looking at page 13.
13, yeah.
Option number 1, yeah.
Yep. So the city manager would take all that information and do that initial rank to see who goes through the process first, or and who follows. And it's not as we discussed last time, it's not necessarily a numerical thing. You're just looking at it as a totality, taking all the criteria together, and then saying this one is best suited to operate in compliance with the act within the city, which is the criteria that the state statute sets out for that.
Okay, so the city manager would do it and then bring those rankings to us, and we'd start at number 1, thumbs up, thumbs down, number 2, thumbs up, thumbs down, depending on our, whether that applicant is, in our opinion, to be worthy of receiving a license in the city for whatever they're applying for.
Well, that is, once the ranking is done, then it would start through the process. Then their application would be the first one to be forwarded to planning, to be considered for special land use. So it'd be automatic after the ranking is initially.
Yeah, I forgot about that middle step. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
Some might get sort of because there's not a physical capability to do it. There's some other thing that prevents them from a parking requirement or something that.
Correct. Or there might be site select. There might be conditions that have to be placed on that particular site because of zoning reasons. So that's where that goes after that. Yeah.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, Tom is absolutely correct, and I apologize. I misspoke. That's what I should have deferred to him, since he's the one who wrote the ordinance. But yeah, actually, it would only be once that all the reviews have been completed and we have candidates that are potentially eligible that need to be considered by the city commission. That's the first time that the ranking would come to you, when the decision would actually be made as to whether or not to grant the license and to grant the special land use.
The highest ranking eligible license applicant, once it's gone through the various city departments to make sure it's good, would come to us, and we would decide. And if we said yes, then that takes up one of the spots. If we have a cap, if we say no, then we just keep working down the list.
Sounds right to me. Yes.
Yes.
Good. Now I saw some hands up. I apologize. I think I saw Commissioner Lavasser, then Commissioner Dubuck. Commissioner Gibbs, do you have your hand up, or is that just I was saying, sorry. Okay. So Lavasser, Dubuck.
Thank you. And that's not the name of the law firm, even though it sounds a little bit like it could.
You guys can make lots of money with that position.
Reputable.
All right. couple questions. First, I wanted to confirm that there's some explicit language in either of these or both of these proposed ordinances that would basically prohibit on-site, on-premise consumption of marijuana. I know there's a definition of establishments where marijuana could be consumed. But I want to make sure that we actually have a very explicit prohibition of those type of establishments in Royal Oak. That's number one. Number two, and I think we're anticipating that we are going to get past and have an affirmative second reading on the ordinances in front of us tonight. But I'm wondering what happens if we somehow don't get a positive vote on a second reading for either of these ordinances, given that we have an August 15th expiration of our moratorium on marijuana establishments. I'm wondering if it may be prudent for us to pass on first reading tonight an extension of that moratorium, which obviously would not be supported on second reading next time if we in fact do adopt a licensing ordinance. I want to get Mr. Gilman's perspective on that.
Well, Randy, to answer your first question, yeah, there is a specific prohibition in each version of the ordinance on the consumption of any controlled substance on a licensed premises. So it is specifically prohibited under both versions of the ordinance. So it's on page 22. It's item number 9 regarding the use of marijuana. So as to the second question, I mean, there may be some merit to that. As I've indicated in earlier communications to the commission, that the opt-out is scheduled to expire on August 15th. And if the opt-out expires, what that essentially means is that if we're not opting out, then we're in. And if we don't have a licensing framework in place, shame on us. And then essentially anyone who came in and applied for a license that was eligible for a license through the state would be entitled to some kind of consideration by the city. And without a framework in place, that would be problematic for us. So there would be an option to approve the opt-out on first reading tonight. The other option is, as I've indicated, if we get to the point that we find that we can't reach a consensus on licensing and zoning going forward, we could adopt an extension on the opt-out at either a regularly scheduled or special meetings. But again, we only have one regularly scheduled meeting left between now and the time that the opt-out is scheduled to expire.
We could just push that opt-out to August 31st if we want to give ourselves a little bit of buffer, and then the ordinance would just take into effect September 1st or something like that if we had concurrent and agreement.
That's an option. I mean, the length of the opt-out the extension would be entirely up to the commission.
Commissioner Dubuck, sorry, I interjected.
No worries. Which I think Commissioner Lavasser raises a really good point. For some reason, we get tied up in this, or we discover something that needs more work. We do need to consider that extension. I'm hopeful we're going to be able to get through this in these next 2 meetings. But Mr. Gillum, could we? Do we need 2 readings to change that that opt-out? Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Could we then on first reading tonight? Can we pass it with a trigger, which should the city commission not enact an ordinance by the date of our next meeting, that extension then is triggered? Do we build that in?
I would feel more comfortable if we didn't rely on a trigger. If we just want to do it, either extend the opt-out or don't extend the opt-out, at least on first reading, and if we don't need to extend it, then we won't.
Okay. So Mayor, I guess, have we added that to the end of this agenda then?
Well, I think what we could do is with this first reading that we have right here, because I mean, we could include it in this. Would we be doing it in a separate opt-out ordinance, or would we just do it in this ordinance here in front of us? That was my understanding. I can scan through it real quick.
No, it would need to be a separate ordinance.
Okay.
The opt-out ordinance that's on the books now was passed separately. So as I indicated the other night, I think that it was either that it was a discussion prior to the meeting. I think the opt-out is germane enough to what we're talking about tonight. I'm not troubled by the fact that it doesn't appear on the posted agenda tonight.
Okay.
If we wanted to approve the opt-out, the extension on the opt-out on first reading tonight, then it could appear as part of the posted published agenda when it came back for second reading.
So we could do that at the end, I think, if necessary, or at any given time, any commissioner, if we see that we're not making progress and we're at risk of having the wild, wild west, I would encourage any commissioner just to make that motion and knock it out of the way while we, you know, to protect our control over this.
Okay, so on to what we're talking about here. So Mr. Gillum, you said in addition to the caps in the ordinance we're looking at, we can also, in the zoning ordinance, we can cap by zoning type. Is that accurate?
Well, as an alternative to the cap, and this is something that we've talked about at prior meetings, rather than putting a cap in, we can put limitations in the zoning ordinance in terms of what districts the establishments would be allowed in, and also in the licensing ordinance, as there are right now, is proposed in terms of setbacks and restrictions on the zoning districts that the uses are allowed in relation with in relation to the setbacks that are established. Those in and of themselves will limit the number of establishments that would be permitted under the ordinance. It wouldn't be a cap per se, but it would be more of a cap in reality based upon what would be permitted under the zoning ordinance, subject to any other setback restrictions that we have in place.
So, and right now, the 1,000 that we're talking about from schools, that's the maximum under state law, but we could have a larger setback from other licensees. Is that not right?
The 1,000 feet from schools, that's correct. That is the maximum. We potentially could have a greater setback from other licensees, yes, if we wanted to. I don't know that we've done any research as to what the implications would be with that in terms of the zoning map, but potentially that's something we could do though. Tom, would you agree with that?
Yeah, and as it's written today with a cap and zoning, just like a lot of businesses where there's a license involved, and then also you have to go get your zoning permits, you'd read those in conjunction. So there may be a cap, but then there may also be zoning restrictions that limit you further, but they have to be read, together so that you can find the places where they're actually allowed. So you'd have to get your license and get your zoning approval, just like many other businesses.
So I think, for the last year and a half, we've been talking about this. I know I've been pretty clear in being conservative in where we start with these caps. So just to let you guys know what's in my head, so folks have something to respond to these, I suppose, just these blank spots. What I'm thinking is, 2 retailers, 2 micro businesses, but is it possible if we cap 2 retailers to say only a maximum of 1 in general business? They could both land in industrial, but a maximum of 1 in general business. Can we do that?
Sorry, I keep missing my unmute button. Yeah, I think you could. Yeah, I've seen that in others where it does pin it to a certain zoning district and say, I mean, you can also accomplish that through zoning and just say you can have two, and then the zoning district in which they're allowed is X, and so then it necessarily, those two would have to go into that zoning district.
Well, that's where I'd like to get to is 2 retailers, 2 micros, each with a maximum of 1 allowed in general business. However, we need to get there, but other folks will probably have thoughts on that. And then on the process, so the first review is done by the city manager or his designee. So is designee a person, a group of people, outside contractor? Is that just really broad?
As it's written, yes, that would be the city manager's discretion as to who he would designate. Sometimes if there's like a deputy city manager or someone who, typically handles licensing matters, sometimes it'll be designated to that person. That's totally a policy decision. If you want it to be the city manager, we could change it to that, or it can be any designee that he sees fit that has the qualifications to do so.
Let's see. As far as other things to consider in the application, can we consider things like, does the operator have a living wage policy?
It's a possibility, and some communities have done that. I think the least risk way of handling it, I think we discussed this at the last meeting as well, but it all goes back to that who is, and I switched the pages, but basically the who's most likely to succeed and to also comply with the act and regulations like that. So the farther you get away from that precept as your deciding factor, then you get into more risky situations. So you'd have to ask yourself, and could you justify whether someone doing a living wage type process, if they would be more likely to succeed than someone who didn't? And maybe the answer is yes.
I think that's defensible, right?
Could be.
If you're paying top dollar for your labor, you're gonna have better people. You have a better run shop, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I think that one's pretty defensible.
Yeah. So I think it's just a case by case. You have to keep going back to that standard, that the statute says, and if you can provide a good justification for it, then it can be considered.
So that would be the same thing for if you have a diversity, equity, inclusion policy in your hiring practices.
Yes.
Now, one thing that I feel like other cities or other entities that are doing licensing have found a way to consider whether or not, and I don't know if this one connects directly to the purpose of the state act. Do you have like a philanthropic plan? Is that a part of your business model? And that one feels more so than I think wage and inclusion, maybe a little bit more of a stretch from the state act, but I feel like it's been done. Are you familiar with anything like that?
I don't think I've seen that criteria exactly. I'm trying to think of the other ones. That I looked at, if it had that philanthropic component. Again, that would be sort of a judgment call of whether that goes back to that core question. But if there's justification for that, if you had some data that would show that businesses that tend to be more philanthropic in a community tend to thrive, that could be a permissible consideration.
And then one more that I actually think is really important is, and I think maybe your philanthropic plan, one philanthropic plan is a part of it, but a community engagement plan
Uh.
to introduce themselves before opening, to the surrounding neighborhood, do Q&A, that kind of thing. It feels like we could request that they have a community engagement plan.
I think that's a fair criteria. The criteria that we put in place are probably the lowest risk. It's bare bones of do they owe money to the city? Do they have prior bankruptcies? Those things that are very on point to whether someone's going to succeed in the future. But that's not to say that there aren't other criteria that are fair. So yeah, I think that's a
Yeah, and I think these are all framing up, trying to set someone up for success in our community and to be integrated into the community and make sure that we're considering what it's going to take for an operation to do well in Royal Oak and for the city to embrace it.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, and if I could jump in real quick, it looks in one of the criteria, it's criteria G under the competitive process. Is whether there is planned outreach on behalf of the proposed business. I guess if we're talking about the community outreach process or plans, that's I think exactly what Commissioner Dubuck is talking about.
So not just yes or no, like a plan outreach. I want them to provide a plan that we then analyze as part of their application. Like, is it a good plan, or are they just checking a box? Okay. And I see
the manager would analyze that. The city manager would analyze that.
Right. Yeah. And
yep. As the city.
And ranking the applications.
Yep.
And then H, I think, incorporates environmental sustainability. So that would be something that's graded as part of the application. So that's cool. And then the last one I wanted to cover right now is we've got a lot of places in here, folks, that haven't had convictions on their record, which makes sense. But the spirit of the law is legalizing, and it looks like it specifically says, according to state law, except for non-violent involving a minor marijuana-related offenses. Is that right?
Right. And so the way this is written right now just talks about the permissible convictions that you're allowed to consider, and not the ones that the state law says you cannot consider.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think that's an important consideration as we're trying to not have systemic racism baked into our laws. So, okay. Those are the things for me that are top of mind on process. I know I went first, so I want to hear where other people's heads are at. But I'm really curious to see where other folks think the bar is on caps. Like I said, I think we need to start really, really tight so we can learn what we don't know, and then future commissions consider whether or not it's worth expanding. Because everything we know from decisions I'm making are based on research and data from what other communities have done, but we still know we don't know about Royal Oak. So it makes sense to me to start out really, really tight and learn and continue to move slowly as we have been. So I'll see where other folks are at on all that.
I'll just add, I think, 1 second, Commissioner Macy. I just have one question that kind of dovetails off what Commissioner Dubuck was asking about. Like with any application or job interview, most people are accustomed to the box that says, is there any other information you want to let the reviewer know? To what extent can we put a box for voluntary information for the reviewer to look at in the application? Is that something that is permissible to put in there, that if they opt in, they say, hey, we've been rated the highest quality, whatever, for 10 years in a row, or, well, that would be impossible, but I'm thinking of, or, hey, we have a strong philanthropic program, or whatever it may be, without asking for anything they want to give up. How can we handle that, or should we?
I on that, and it's a good thought. I'm thinking that as far as what you want to put down as a criteria, you want to make those somewhat specific so that someone doesn't come later and say, your criteria that you used were so vague that I didn't know that I was supposed to tell you about things I didn't know I was supposed to tell you about. So, but on the same note, I think each applicant is probably going to put their best foot forward. And as far as submitting a full and complete application, I think they'll submit something that shows them in the best light. They're probably likely to give you references and other success stories if they've been to other places. But I think some of the criteria that Commissioner Dubak was talking about will tease out those things, because we're talking about a plan, talking about an operational plan, an outreach plan. If philanthropy is deemed to be a criteria, that'll kind of tease out those things. I would want to keep what's written in the ordinance, though, specific enough that someone can't argue later that they didn't know they were not supposed to give it to you for consideration. But I think those things will come out.
I imagine a cover letter will accompany every application.
Yeah, and maybe like an appendix with all the good things they've done and all the, I imagine they're going to put their best foot forward.
But to be clear, the reviewer will only evaluate it on the criteria.
They will only evaluate on the criteria. Correct.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Macy, you had your hand up next.
No problem. The one that I wanted to add to Commissioner Dubak's excellent list was I was curious about whether we could require some paid sick time that they have for their employees, which someone pointed out to me the other day is pretty essential maybe for community health in the time of COVID, to know that we are going somewhere where we can be sure that if people are sick, they're going to stay home if they're getting this. What do you think?
It's a interesting idea. I would have to do a little more research on that, because there may be state law that prohibits a local unit from requiring a certain employer benefits. And I don't know off the top of my head.
But are we requiring it, or are we putting it in the list of things they could tell us about?
Yeah, that's true. It could be, something for consideration. You wouldn't want to put it in there if it's definitely prohibited from consideration, and then we say we're considering it. Maybe the criteria is something a little more broad, like how are employees treated? Do you have specific policies in place that are employee positive policies, because that tends to show that a business would be more likely to succeed. So
I like that. And also I wonder if you could say something about, how are you operating this business to protect the health of the community or something like that. Another way to get to it. So that was one thing. The other thing I had is I wasn't quite sure that I got the answer to Commissioner Dubak's question about the overlay of the zoning and the caps. So he was saying, let's say we have something like the retailers, and we're going to say it could be an industrial, could be in general business. Can we say we're allowing 2 of these? And then in zoning, can we say, but only 1 in general business? Can we do that? Because you were saying we could do the other way, that we could, if we only have 2 allowed in general business, then when we max out, we're maxed out.
Yeah, I think the concept can be done. I'm trying to think of what the best way to accomplish it would be, which is either you state it explicitly in the licensing ordinance, and you say only 2 in the X district as the cap, or whether you say 2 and then in the zoning ordinance you effectively limit it in that ordinance through buffers and other things like that. But I believe I have seen caps that include a zoning district where it would say 2 in the X district. So that may be the simplest way to go with that.
But so it could be like 2 in the X district and 1 in the Y district. We could say that.
Yes.
Okay. And then, I don't know if you caught this public comment, but someone was talking about, I can't remember what city they referenced anymore, but about how they went exclusively by the scoring and didn't hold on to the applications that were within the zone within the 1,000 feet setback. In other words, if the second applicant was within that 1,000 foot setback, they could still be considered and have a chance to find somewhere else that was outside that 1,000-foot setback. It seems like there's a lot of complication to taking them all at once, ranking them, and then having to look through them, decide, okay, now that eliminates 2 through 4, and then also 5 and 7 before we can consider them. And then, if one doesn't succeed, or if then we look at 4, and then it knocks a whole bunch more out. I just wondered if you had heard or thought about that plan where the top 3 scores, are the ones, and then they need to find places that are 1,000 feet apart from each other.
We haven't done that specifically. What is meant to be sort of the gatekeeping function is that whether an application is complete in the beginning. So anyone that doesn't have a complete application just won't be considered. And then basically, because of, it has to go through zoning and one may eliminate the other, it's kind of like that one candidate makes its way through the process until they either succeed or fail for whatever reason. And then if they fail, then the next candidate goes through. So the attempt is to try to make it as orderly as possible. So you don't have conflicting applications. You don't have one going into a spot that effectively knocks someone out who's already in the chain. So it's kind of like it sifts it down to one entity that kind of goes through. Now, if 2 completely don't affect each other, then presumably they could go simultaneously.
Okay. And then another question that came up for me during public comment was about someone was saying that, I think what they were saying is that the people who are licensed under the medical side only wouldn't be eligible to apply. And I thought we had talked before that if you had applied for the medical, you were automatically available to get the recreational. Is that not the case?
No, I think that, I think they'd have to have, well, first of all, they have to pre-qualify with the state as part of their application. I think the people that were initially medical marijuana holders jumped to the front of the list to get their pre-qualification and their license from the state. From our perspective, from the city, since we're not considering it at all, we don't really, we're just looking at it from a recreational perspective. So they bring their recreational pre-qualification. That's all we're gonna look at. And however, if the state wants to make it so that one is basically getting the other, then, and that could change. I don't know if maybe it will, maybe it won't, but we're just looking at it through with tunnel vision under this particular act. So we're just looking, do they have their pre-qualifications for recreational, however the state chooses to do that.
Okay. And then Mayor, I was wondering, it's been 3.5 hours. Can we take a small break? I don't really want to miss anything, but I have to go.
No. Yeah, we could take a quick recess here for 5 minutes. Okay, Commissioner Macy? Let's make it 10 so we don't have to understand how badly she has to go. So we'll take a 10-minute break and we'll adjourn here for 10 minutes. We got Commissioner Douglas back. It looks like we got everyone, so we can resume. I think we are a little bit in a Q&A session right now with the ordinance part of this, not the zoning. All right, who's up? Commissioner Perush, and then Commissioner Douglas.
There it goes. Just to kind of follow up on some of the suggestions that Commissioner DeBuck made, I also would like to start really, really small in terms of the numbers of the individual businesses that we're talking about. I would be very comfortable to limiting the retailers to 2, one in general business, one in the industrial area, and then just see how it goes. or even a couple more than that, but a relatively small number, 2 or 3 or 4, and then dividing them between the two districts. I'm not really interested in having any of the other types of businesses in the community. We don't have a great deal of industrial space, so there's not a lot of room for processors and growers and so on. So I really don't think that there's a need to have any of those in our community. I'm kind of go back and forth about the micro businesses. I think there's some advantages to having an opportunity for a micro business to come into town because it generally is more local people as opposed to the big national or statewide producers and corporations. But on the other hand, sometimes they don't have all the facilities that they need in order to be successful as compared to the big guys. In terms of the actual criteria that we were talking about, I tend to be a little bit more conservative. I think that the more it is directly related to how the business would operate under the purview of the state statute, which is how they are currently written in this ordinance, I'm more comfortable with. I think the more we add things like how do you treat your employees and so on and so forth, we pull further away from the criteria that the state statute wants us to include in our ordinances, and we're more likely to get challenged as to the subjectivity and whether or not the criteria are appropriate in the state statute. So I'm a little bit more conservative in that regard. Not that I don't think all of those issues are certainly important, but I'm a little nervous about including them in the ordinance itself. I wouldn't vote against the ordinance if they were included. I'm just a little nervous about including them.
I'll just add my opinion to the mix here on this part of what we're doing tonight. I agree. I mean, we've talked about this at our countless, 20 public meetings that we've had, that we've always wanted to start really, really small, be really conservative. We never wanted to be first to jump into this. And as we see other cities have jumped into it, we're learning a little bit from them, the impacts, et cetera. And I think, 2 general retail, and I think the idea of the 2 micro businesses, so a total of 4 is a good idea. I like limiting, making a limitation of 1 in general business, wherever that may be, wherever our general business is located. We don't have to give it a geography. So that could be in any number of general business areas. I think the Commissioner Perush brings up a couple good points. I'm also a little conservative about adding and getting too loose with our criteria, although I do believe there's probably a solid case for a living wage and diversity inclusion. I think the engagement plan looks like we have that taken care of. I think there's, the health and safety of the public might be interesting, and if they talk about paid sick time and stuff like that, but specifically asking about it, might be a little bit of a stretch for me. But if they include that in there as far as their medium of protecting the health and safety of the public, great. The micro, Commissioner Perush brings up a point related to the micros, whether or not they'll have a chance of being successful and all that. I mean, I think if we start and we don't get really any successful micro process or micro facilities, then we can come back and we can start to adjust the numbers. Maybe we open up 1 more general retail, but we should give it a shot, I think, see what happens. And if it doesn't work out and it's not working, then we change the numbers a little bit to tweak it for the formula that we see happening all around us in this region. So I saw Commissioner Perush with her hand. Commissioner Perush? Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? Commissioner Perush, before I get to you, Commissioner Douglas has been waiting. I have Commissioner Douglas's name. I skipped her first on accident after the break here, and then I'll get.
I just forgot something, but I'll let Commissioner Douglas go first because she has been waiting.
No, go ahead and finish your thought, Commissioner.
The only thing that I forgot to mention is that I've been looking at what the city of Berkeley's been doing. We talked about Berkeley a couple of meetings ago, and they also have criteria in their ordinance. They also are permitting retail establishments in, I forget how they call their general business district, but essentially they are allowing applications for retailers on any of their large commercial roadways, 11 mile, Coolidge, 12 Mile, and Woodward. They are giving preference to businesses that are applying not in their downtown, but outside of the downtown because they want to bolster their business development in commercial districts outside of the downtown. At least that's one of the things that they're incorporating in their ordinance. So I think it's important to understand that because Berkeley is a neighbor of ours across Woodward, if we say that we want just one or two in the general business district along Woodward, there's a good possibility that because Berkeley is promoting locations other than its downtown, and Woodward is one of those locations, we're going to see perhaps retail businesses in Berkeley, perhaps right across the street from a potential site in Royal Oak. So when you're talking about business activity along Woodward, everyone has to understand that Berkeley is on the other side and they're doing this just like we are. And it's very possible that we're going to see retail establishments on the Berkeley side as well as on the Royal Oak side. The market is going to determine that for sure, whether or not businesses think that that's a successful location based upon what's going to be across the street. But I think we have to keep in mind that Berkeley is, in fact, they're ahead of us. They're already accepting applications. And so we have to keep that in mind when we're talking about location and so on in regard to, especially what we're doing. That was what I forgot to say earlier.
Thanks, Commissioner Perush. So I have a question for Commissioner Dubuc, and that is, does he only propose allowing essentially 4 businesses initially, the 2 retail and the 2 micro, and none of the industrial type uses, growing, processing, etc.?
No, actually, I have the other classifications are all really like professional services, and I have no qualms with any of those. I don't. If people want to cap them or exclude them, I'm not. It's not a hill I'm going to die on. But and security services, growers, and Commissioner Perush had mentioned there's not a lot of spaces to do it, which I agree. But if the market became such that some of our empty warehouses could become grow spaces, I mean, I don't think the financial proposition is there in where I look right now. But if that were the trend, it'd be great to have well-paid, well-run operations there, taking up some of that vacant industrial space. But I'm not married to any. What's most important to me is that we're limiting to 2 and 2 right now.
The 2 consumer categories, as opposed to the okay, I share your view. I'm not, but I will say here's kind of the 2-edged sword of that. If we allow, let us say, growers and processors unlimited, I mean, according to staff, there are only 8 potential such businesses that could locate in industrial zones. I mean, given geography and available parcels. So if we allow those industrial users in those industrial zones, it means those spaces will not be available for future retailers, as down the road we might want to expand our consumer businesses, retailers and micro, which would then push those retail operations back into general business. So I think that's just something to keep in mind as we go forward. Having said that, I am not have no real interest in setting limits in any of the categories except retail and micro business. I do want to ask Mr. Fournier a question. Why do the proposed criteria not ask about the experience of the operator?
That might be baked into some of the questions if it's not direct. Let me see here. Certainly it could. I mean, that's prior experiences are, germane to whether someone's going to succeed or not. Let me see here. It talks about whether they have a business operating in the city. That's not quite as broad as what you're talking about.
I looked, I don't think it's there.
Yeah.
And
It just looks.
I'm going to make a case that we should add that to our criteria. It seems to me having people who have already been in this business, have an established array of executives, architects, have a system. I mean, I think that speaks precisely to your question of who is most likely to succeed. Similarly, I would ask what it would be about a business operating in Royal Oak that would make it likely to succeed. I'm not really enamored of that requirement as opposed to a business that actually has operating experience. And I think that leaves us vulnerable. I think that's a pretty qualitative decision that I would just as soon see removed from the discussion.
It's a fair point. I think the idea there was that they were familiar with your laws, your regulations, your community, and so that may show that they would be more successful here in Royal Oak. So some places are looking to, and another argument might be if it's someone from across the United States, they may not be as invested in that area as someone who has been in the city of Royal Oak. And so someone who's in the city of Royal Oak may be more likely to succeed because they're more invested in the community. But I see your point that I think either way that goes would be a policy decision on your part.
Yeah, that's where I'm leaning. That is requiring making one of our criteria experience in the industry, and I'll be somewhere along the way trying to remove the local business criterion.
Okay.
That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Anybody else? Commissioner Dubak.
Thank you, Mayor. And just in response to one of Commissioner Douglas's priorities, I vehemently disagree that the only people that should be welcomed into this industry are those that are already here. I think there's already a growing trend around the country where a small group of large, deep-pocketed corporations are buying up the entire industry. And it's because of policies like this that favor those who are already there. Like we've discussed in one of our previous meetings, I think it's important that, if we have a new industry, at least being brought to the light and birth, that entrepreneurs and, local businesses, that they have a part to play in that, and they have an opportunity to engage in a new industry. If we say off the bat only those that are already there are going to be considered in Royal Oak, we're effectively including all of our own local business owners and local entrepreneurs. I think it's the antithesis of what this should be, to say that only deep-pocketed, big money, pre-existing corporations can be considered in Royal Oak.
Well, I think just not to suggest anything different from Commissioner Douglas, but I think what she was saying is just the criteria of evaluating your local experience could be at risk. I don't think she advocated for saying that if you're local, you wouldn't be eligible in some way. Is that correct, Commissioner Douglas? Did I articulate?
No, certainly local businesses would be eligible, but I'm still looking for experience at some level, some hands-on experience in operating this highly specific type of business. And I think hearing from our residents here tonight, being able to say to them, this operator has extensive experience, being able to show them that operator's successes in other communities, the type of buildings they operate, the way they operate, I think would reassure our residents.
Anybody else? Commissioner Macy. Commissioner Macy, we can't hear you for whatever reason. Looks like you're off.
Let's try again.
All right.
I just wanted to weigh in on the side of Commissioner Dubuck on this debate. And then in regard to Commissioner Douglas's point about not wanting to be specific to Royal Oak businesses, I wonder if she would be interested in making it Michigan or Southeast Michigan, kind of widening the scope a little bit. I think that could serve the purpose, maybe not as well, but you know, the same idea. And presumably if they have a Royal Oak business interest, they would state that in that same question.
That's a reasonable compromise.
But would this experience also strictly be related to cannabis, or would it be like, yes, I've owned pharmacies and I know how to manage controlled substances, et cetera?
To me, it's cannabis.
Okay. Anybody else? Commissioner Dubuck?
And so are we looking for a motion on some amendments to this at this point?
Yeah, I think Mr. Gillum, we're looking for a motion, I mean, ultimately to maybe make some, if there are changes to the proposed ordinance, to make a motion with those proposed changes on first reading. Then those changes would come to second reading, correct?
That's correct, yeah. And really, we'd be looking for a motion as to whether or not you preferred option number 1, which is just the retailers and the micros, or option number 2. And then whichever option it is, then what number you want to fill in for the cap for each of the classes of licenses that you want to permit.
Mayor, could I just make one comment when you're ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. And there was just one point of clarification as we were running through this. So as far as what the city commission will see, I believe once it's going through its licensing process, that will be the last time the city commission sees the licensing portion of it, but you will see the special land use portion when it comes back to you for a final approval of special land use. I couldn't decipher if that was what our understanding was or not. That was kind of at the front of our discussion. The license is ultimately issued by the city clerk. If they meet all the criteria, all the departments have signed off, etc., then the city clerk, kind of like in other business licensing type things, if they meet all the criteria, then the city clerk issues the license. If you want it to be something different than that, we'd have to make some change as it reads right now.
So what you're saying, Mr. Fournier, is we go through the city manager or his designee goes through the process, lines them up, and then starts to go to the various departments and, you know, hey, is there an issue here or not? And then ultimately gets, let's say, a recalibrated list. And with that list, you would start with number 1, issue that license. It would go to the clerk's office, and then the clerk would issue the license, and then it would come to us for a special land use. It wouldn't come to us for approval of the license. It would only come to us for special land use. Is that what
Yeah. Yes, except that I think the special land use happens first. So in order for the license to be handed over by the city clerk, they'd have to go get their zoning approval first. And then the last thing that would happen would be the license is issued. So, but yeah, in general, you're correct on that.
So we wouldn't be looking at the license approval per se. Mostly we would get the special land use, and once the application was eligible enough to come in front of us for a special land use, and if we turned it down, then it gets kicked.
For zoning reasons, if that
right.
particular place isn't appropriate, then it wouldn't be appropriate. And keep in mind too that you would have taken the action already of limiting it to whatever cap, if you decide to have a cap, or whatever zoning criteria you have. So you've already kind of laid the groundwork. You've laid the limits up front, sort of.
There'd have to be a really obscure reason not to approve it under special land use, I would imagine, if we do the zoning ordinance, right? Because we wouldn't have the criteria.
It would just have to, yeah, you'd be looking at it, through that zoning lens. Is there something about the site that just makes that a totally inappropriate site?
Right.
And then that's how you'd look at it. But
yeah, like they have a bad light study that shines on the neighborhoods or something like that, and we don't like how they're adding to stormwater, or it's just, I got to be careful. I sit on planning and I do everything to the T when I make my decisions, but
yeah,
they wouldn't be like, oh, this operator, had a bankruptcy. Well, that's already been taken care of, and that's already been evaluated, and
right. Yeah. Then at that point you'd be looking at it through the zoning lens, which you're not really looking at you're not looking at the quality of the applicant. You're looking at it from a land use perspective, as you said. So yeah, and whether that particular location is appropriate for that use.
Got it. Commissioner Macy.
I think Commissioner DeBuck's maybe getting ready to make a motion, so I wanted to weigh in on the non-retail establishment limits. So I kind of agree with what everyone has said tonight, and I wonder if maybe just putting a limit of 1 for all the rest of those things. I think as Commissioner DeBuck said, they could bring good jobs, good business, good jobs into the city. I don't think there's a lot of places they can go. I also feel like the limit of 1 isn't going to edge out any of the retailers too much in terms of getting spots into the industrial places. And in the survey we sent to the residents, it was almost across the board, 67% people wanted those things in the city. And I think the one we had the most votes for was actually safety compliance facilities. Like that was the one that was the most popular in that survey. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on that. But I also thought of another question that I have for Mr. Forshee or Mr. Gillum. In the ordinance, I noticed it says that the establishments can't be open past 8 p.m. Is that standard in some of these? That seems pretty early.
Yeah, that time would be purely a policy decision. If you wanted to make it 9, like a lot of other businesses, or even if you don't consider it a problem that they're open even later, I think some places look at it as there may be traffic. Is there going to be a late night crowd coming to this location, and are you concerned about that? If you're not, then it's not as important. But I think that 8 was just a reasonable time, but that's up to you as a commission.
And I'll just add to Commissioner Macy, when we get to the zoning element of this, I think if it's not already in there, I'll have to go back and look at it. I guess we'll find out tonight. But my understanding is that the setback requirements only apply to be among the retail and micro establishments. I thought when we looked at it, we said, okay, well, the other ones would be in industrial, or maybe like the testing could be in general business, but those wouldn't necessarily apply. So, you could uncap them and, or you could cap them, but not have to worry about so much space being eaten up in the respective industrial area or general business area. But we can talk about that in zoning. I think it's a really good point. I think I had Commissioner Gibbs. I saw her hand go up, and then I had Commissioner Dubuck.
I think, and this is based upon previous experience, having a grow facility and or a lab attracts a different kind of business person than the distribution centers. They're not as well traveled. There's like an armored car that picks up and delivers from the labs and from the grow centers. And there's a higher level of safety control dealing with the grow centers and the labs. And in my opinion, those would probably be preferable to a higher number of distribution centers, retail shops.
Commissioner Gibbs, when you say distribution centers, do you mean retail shops? Is that what you mean?
I corrected myself at the end, and you may not have heard me. I meant retail shops.
Okay, thank you. I think I had Commissioner Dubuck, and then we'll have Commissioner Macy.
Alan, I just want to clarify first. Commissioner gives that statement is that you're cool with the other types.
Yes, I'm far more comfortable with a lab and a grow center. And plus we have some larger areas that a grow center would fit. You know, it's basically a giant greenhouse, but it's enclosed. It's not windows.
I want to make sure I was understanding your comment. Thank you. So Mayor, just to get us going here, I will move for approval on first reading, option 1 with the recommendation I put forward earlier that retailers be capped at 2 with a maximum of 1 in general business, and micros be capped at 2 with a maximum of 1 in general business, and that every other class per Commissioner Macy's section recommendation be capped at 1 for the time being. And we'll see what demand is, and we'll see what we need to learn about those other operators. That seems reasonable, and that way we can also control the impact on zoning. So to Commissioner Douglas's concern, we're not forcing retail out of the industrial areas because we have the other types. And then also along with that motion, I would include in the criteria whether or not they have a living wage policy, a diversity, equity, inclusion policy, and a detailed community engagement plan.
Okay, there's been a motion by Commissioner Dubuck. Is there a second? I see Commissioner Macy with a second. Discussion, although we've been having the discussion. Commissioner Perush.
I'd like to add in terms of the criteria, Commissioner Douglas's suggestion that we include experience in the industry in the criteria.
We have a motion by Commissioner Perush. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Douglas. Discussion. Commissioner Dubuck.
As I said previously, I think this is an incredibly biased requirement that keeps the industry in the pockets of select few deep-pocketed corporations. And I think I said it, a year and a half ago when we started this conversation, the worst thing that could happen after we open up this brand new industry that could have creativity, entrepreneurship, is that Philip Morris ends up owning it after a year. And I think that's what this amendment would do. So I will not be voting in support.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Macy?
Well said, Commissioner Dubuck.
Yeah, I'll just add, I mean, to me, this is like a, I don't want to say double-edged sword, because part of it is, with experience, I think it's pertinent, but at the other hand, I think it does put our local operators, potential operators in Royal Oak at a disadvantage. So I certainly have a lot of mixed feelings on it. I think that experience will come through in other areas of the application. I think that those who have experience will be able to, convey that in all the other elements. And I think, to me, that might be the better way to balance the two-edged sword, I guess, double-edged sword. So I think it's, I appreciate the amendment. I just, I want to err on the fact that it could be, more prohibitive to local operators. I mean, like when we said the last thing we want to do is have like a Philip Morris come in and open up the equivalent of a Walmart on one of our streets. And so I'll bet that people locally will be able to know the Royal Oak laws and rules and regulations and everything like that, and have a more success rate that will balance out an outsider that may be operating in Colorado that knows nothing about our community, doesn't have relationships with our police department, things of that nature. So I will, anybody else wanted any other discussion? All right, this is an amendment to the motion made by Commissioner Dubuck to add experience factor into the criteria. So I'll call for the vote. Commissioner Douglas?
Yes.
Commissioner Dubuck?
No.
Commissioner Gibbs?
Yes.
Commissioner Perush,
Yes.
Commissioner Lavasser,
No.
Commissioner Macy,
No.
and I vote no. Okay, the motion fails. Brings us back to the original motion. Commissioner Douglas.
Yes, I'd like to add an amendment to the motion to change, I think it's 435.4C4. It's the section about operating in Royal Oak and say operating in Michigan.
A motion by Commissioner Douglas. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Perush. Discussion. Commissioner Dubak.
To clarify, so that's anyone that's operating any kind of business within the state of Michigan.
Well, operating a cannabis business in the state of Michigan. No, I'm sorry, operating any business. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Any kind of like local Michigan-owned business.
Right. Pursuant to Commissioner Macy's idea.
Any other discussion?
Okay.
Okay, I don't see any other discussion. Commissioner Lavasser, sorry.
Yeah, I just need a little clarification again. Commissioner Douglas gave the section number, but it flew by a little bit quick for me to pick up and to fully understand what it was that she was proposing here.
So it's 435.4, capital letter C, numeral 4, lowercase c. Whether the applicant was a business operating in the city of Royal Oak within the past 2 years, has demonstrated commitment to doing business in the, I guess I would say in the state, having contributed to helping the state grow.
It's on page 13.
Oh, thank you.
So if I'm understanding correctly, basically for the criteria, you want to expand the geographical range.
Yes.
That's under consideration here.
Commissioner Perush, were you just making that page clarification? Or did you want to? You're on mute, Commissioner Perush.
Yes, I was just hoping that would help us find it quickly in the text.
Okay. Any other discussion on this amendment to broaden the criteria in the section referenced by Commissioner Douglas to outside Royal Oak? Commissioner Dubak?
I understand the motion and just I want to, the Royal Oak specific language, I understand the purpose. I'm curious as to the intent of it now being Michigan language. Do we believe that that would encourage, at least for it to be a Michigan-owned business as opposed to a national conglomerate? I just look for a little clarification.
Well, as Mr. Fournier pointed out, in making the case for a Royal Oak business, it's a business that sort of knows our MO, knows our laws, knows our rules, knows our people. Many of the things that are regulating these businesses are state-based, the nature of our zoning, the nature of our land use planning. So, I mean, I would say that a Michigan operator, someone working in the business community in Michigan is going to be perhaps not as intimately familiar with Royal Oak, but at least have a stronger experience in operating in Michigan's business climate.
But if you're operating in Royal Oak, you're operating in Michigan's business climate as well.
Well, yeah.
Commissioner Dubak?
I don't hate it. I don't love it. I think Commissioner Macy had first suggested the region, so like southeastern Michigan, which I don't know if you define that as Oakland, Wayne, Macomb, or a larger 6-county area. I think that the purpose gets diluted once you take it away from Royal Oak. I don't hate it. I think it kind of neutralizes the purpose of the section.
Yeah, I did. I kind of agree that it, because I think what we're trying to do is put some priority on the fact that people are operating here, they have a stake here, they're more likely to be successful. They've already been successful in our community with all the special, I mean, you could have somebody operating like a national chain out of California operating a store in Ann Arbor or, you know, somewhere else, and boom, they make the criteria versus having someone that, you know, has relationships with our planning, building department, police department. They know the laws, they know the regulations, they may live in the community, they have real estate in the community, they really have a vested interest in success, given the fact that they're here in Royal Oak. So that'd be the only thing that I'd question is there a purpose? Like, is it by going up to the region or to the state level, does it serve any purpose? I mean, I get the intent, but I just wonder, you know, now everyone meets it. If everyone meets it, then what's the point of the criteria? That's all. Commissioner Dubak?
Sorry, the more I'm thinking about it, I feel like, you know, we're going to be in a position where there'll be a lot of qualified applicants. And I think as the city manager and staff are going through these, there's going to need to be difference makers. And I feel like if you have 2 qualified applicants, you know, that check all of our boxes, all things being equal, why wouldn't we want there to be some consideration of whether or not you're an established Royal Oak presence that is, you know, we know as an operator in good faith that's engaged in the community, which is what this says. So this isn't the difference maker, but if everything else is equal, it could be. It seems like there's some value in that. I'm not understanding the Michigan value proposition.
Commissioner Douglas?
Well, my objection is to referring to Royal Oak at all. We have been advised about the kinds of things or standards that we might apply that would leave us vulnerable to lawsuits. And to me, picking Royal Oak businesses makes it opens the door to even the appearance of impropriety of cozy relationships with local businesses. I think it's, I mean, you know, as Mr. Fournier said, you know, does this standard make this business more likely to succeed? And I think that's negligible.
Commissioner Dubak?
I think in that case, I'm more comfortable striking the section. My problem with going to Michigan, any Michigan business owner, you lose the Royal Oak value add, but now you're back to like anyone that owns a business in Michigan, which then there could be an advantage for anyone that happens to be super deep pocketed that owns, you know, a chain of gas stations or something.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, yeah, it's a great business model. I don't know why that would qualify someone to, you know, for special consideration in this application process.
Fair enough. I withdraw my motion.
Does the seconder accept that withdrawal?
Yes.
Okay, the motion's withdrawn. Commissioner Douglas?
And I would like to make a motion to strike that section.
Motion by Commissioner Douglas. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Perush. Okay, discussion? Commissioner Douglas?
No discussion.
I'll just say, Commissioner Macy.
Yeah, I feel kind of torn about it. Some good points have been made on both sides, and to me, I'm back to where Commissioner Dubak was saying. Like this could be the difference maker if we're looking at two people who are equally qualified. Don't we want to be giving a slight edge to our residents or people who have already invested in this community? And I think we do. So I think I want to keep it in.
I appreciate Commissioner Douglas's opinion. I don't think that she's wrong in any way, because none of us know the right answer here. But we do have Mr. Fournier and his team that put this in, and out of the gate, they kind of put in the bare bone criteria that, you know, shouldn't be challenged. This was a default one. This isn't one necessarily that, you know, this is one that was, I mean, nothing in here is foolproof at all because it's all new. But I mean, if it does become a decision-making point where we can decipher between 2 applicants, all things being equal, I think it's important to have it, especially if, you know, I feel comfortable that this is coming out of the gate on the first, you know, proposal from our engaged consultant. But I see it either way, but I think that no matter what we do, it's uncertain. But where I appreciate Commissioner Douglas, I understand where she's coming from. I don't disagree, but I also feel comfortable enough, given the recommendation from Mr. Fournier and his team, that it's worth the risk to have it in there. To help be that difference maker. Commissioner Duba.
Yeah, you persuaded me, Mayor. Mr. Fournier, you confirm you're comfortable with this language as it is?
Yes, I do think it speaks to who's best suited to operate in compliance with the act within the city. And so I think it's obviously it's your policy decision whether to leave it in or not. But from a legal standpoint, to the extent we can be, like you said, it's all new. But yeah, we're comfortable with that language.
I'm gonna vote no on the motion. It's not a deal breaker for me, but I see value in the language as it is. Like Michigan was a step in the wrong direction. Eliminating it's better, but I think it's okay how it is. So we'll see where it lands.
Commissioner Lavasser?
I'm wondering if the language might be less problematic if you took out the references to the commitment to doing business in the city and essentially what would appear to be a social objective as opposed to language that's more in tune with showing an ability to effectively operate a business within the city, which would get to more of the criteria of meeting the state statute, I would think. And I guess that would be for Mr. Fournier to give his perspective if that may be helpful.
Yeah, I wouldn't object to tweaking the language there as far as that goes. I don't think it's super problematic in the first instance, but that would be a fine change to make.
So I think we might save that idea for after this vote, Commissioner Lavasser, if that's something you're interested in putting on the table. Any other discussion? So this is an amendment to strike the language altogether in the section. I'll call for the vote. Commissioner Douglas.
Yes.
Commissioner Dubuck.
No.
Commissioner Perush.
Yeah.
Commissioner Lavasser.
No.
Commissioner Macy.
No.
Commissioner Gibbs.
No.
And I vote no. The motion fails. So this brings us back to the original motion. Is there another amendment anyone wishes to propose? Commissioner, wow, that was exactly at the same time, but I'm going to go with Commissioner Lavasser.
Who else raised their hand?
Commissioner Macy.
Me, but just because I thought you weren't going to.
I'll defer to Commissioner Macy here.
Oh,
right.
Okay. So now I have to remember what Commissioner Lavasser said. So to change this disqualification to remove the commitment to the city and just focus on having done business here in the past. And
use the word ability, I think, was the versus.
And the ability to conduct a business in the city. I felt like Mr. Fournier got the gist of what we were talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you like to remove the having contributed to help everything after having, or I mean, including having? Do you think having contributed to helping the city grow and succeed in a manner harmonious for all residents and property types, or just?
Yeah, I think remove all that.
Okay. So it would read more like whether the applicant was a business operating in the city of Royal Oak within the past 2 years. Period.
Yeah. I think that does it.
Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Macy. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Perush. Okay, discussion. I don't see any discussion. I'll call for the vote. Commissioner Macy,
Yes.
Commissioner Lavasser,
Yes.
Commissioner Prush,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbs,
Yes.
Commissioner Dubak,
Yes.
Commissioner Douglas,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Okay, unanimous on that one. All right. Making progress here, team. All right, we're back to the original motion as amended for the language just discussed. Commissioner Dubak.
I guess just to speak to the motion a little bit, I want to acknowledge, all the folks that have called in, and we still have to talk about the zoning. But we're really trying to thread a needle here. We started this conversation talking about extending our moratorium, right? And I don't know if you guys remember, but when we passed the moratorium, like literally the week after the election, we got blown up in the media and on social media and by residents, because right after residents passed Prop 1 by 70%, the first thing we did was pass the moratorium strategically to give ourselves enough time to do this right. And now here we are about to do it, and we're hearing from residents, who have concerns and oppose, but that's the line we have to walk, right? So I feel like we're working in good faith to address people's concerns, and a couple times folks had raised today, use common sense, and I'm really trying to do that and not fear and some of the stigma that comes along with marijuana, being something newly brought to legitimate side of business. But what we have here is a very, very limited number of establishments, so we can learn how the impact is in our city. But what we know from every other study, almost across the board, is that there is no impact on property values, or if there is, it's a modest increase. There's no measurable increase in crime rates or nuisance violations. And if you Google it, like that's, the Boston Globe and Chicago Sun-Times and Rolling Stone, they've all got articles about this. So I think we're narrowing in. I know we have more conversation to have, but at least this licensing structure is a first step toward walking that line between what these residents want and what these residents want, and what is good public policy for our city. So I think this has been a really good conversation. I know we may not all be feeling the same way about it, but I think this is a good first reading.
Commissioner Macy?
I pretty much want to echo what Commissioner Dubak just said. I feel like this has been democracy in action from the beginning. There was a vote from the community. We went out and sent, after that initial vote that made it legal in Michigan, we wondered what that meant for Royal Oak. We had a community survey that we sent out. And then we've spent a lot of time deliberating about this for a year and a half. And this is not, these are not, if I were in charge of writing the two ordinances myself, this is not what I would have written. And I think that's true for all 7 of us, that these ordinances are not what we would have written if we got to do it all by ourselves. But we didn't. We got to do it together. And we've seen even today, as we make these kind of tiny tweaks to it, that we all have different views on how this is going to look. I think it's been really impressive the way that we've done this. I wish I would have gone a little faster, but we got there in the end. I'm impressed with how this has worked, and I know it feels very frustrating to residents who are finding out that it's going to be coming near to where they might live. And that's the thing about living in the city, is that everyone has a different feeling about what they want generally for the city, and then what they might want right next to them. And we have to balance all that out for all 60,000 residents all the time, and it's really challenging. And I think this kind of micro step that we're taking is a good one, and I think it'll give us a chance to test it out, see where we are, and hopefully it'll be really successful for our city. I'm hopeful for how this process got us here, that we've done something good, and looking forward to seeing what it'll bring for our residents.
Anybody else? Yeah, I'll just add, since the voters passed this, I've never been passionate about whether or not we have marijuana establishments in our community or not. What I have acknowledged and been able to do, and I think all of us here, like Commissioner Macy just said, is listen to what the voters had to say, take the extra leaps of having a lot of extra workshops and public meetings and receive emails as well as do the scientific survey to really see if people were just interested in decriminalizing marijuana, or in fact, did they want any establishments in the city of Royal Oak and how they would want to do that. I'm not aware of very many cities that have gone to that length of community engagement to really understand what's best. My personal views aside, like I said, I don't have a stake in this. I'm not passionate about this topic one way or the other, but what I am happy to see here is that it looks like we're moving down the path with a ordinance that really comprehends, a great cognitive conception of what will work for the city of Royal Oak, both on the folks that are eager to have establishments in our community and those that are cautious that we heard from tonight. And I think it's a good balance, and I think it's a good way forward. It's very conservative, and certainly as a community, this dialogue as things evolve, because we're starting so conservatively, we can decide to keep it as is forever and, continue to have this dialogue as a community. But I think right now we've really taken the input from all sides of this debate and put it into an ordinance that will work for the city of Royal Oak. I'm confident and hopeful of that. So I'll call for the vote. Commissioner Macy?
Yes.
Commissioner Lavasser?
No.
Commissioner Perush?
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbs?
No.
Commissioner Dubuck?
Yes.
Commissioner Douglas?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Okay, the motion passes. All right, I see Mr. Twing video is on, and I'm not sure if Mr. Twing's going to take this one or Mr. Gillum, but it's up to you, gentlemen.
I guess I'll start, and both attorneys can jump in wherever they would like. We really have not changed a lot of the zoning ordinance provisions since the Planning Commission action, other than to follow the directive of the City Commission and remove the medical marijuana types of facilities from the language. You can see all of those strike-throughs in the ordinance. Based on your action of the licensing and establishing the cap, we will have to rewrite the section that deals with how we were planning to process them, basically to say that no application would be taken until the city managers determined his list. So we'll have to address that section in between now and the second reading. And there might be some other little items that in regards to that processing. I don't see that there's any other changes in the ordinance that are necessary as far as the types of establishments. So you've allowed all of those that you've just listed. I think the cap that you've established in the licensing ordinance is sufficient. I know there was some discussion about adding caps in the zoning ordinance. My suggestion in that regard is to simply leave them in the licensing ordinance. So if you want to amend the cap, you can do that through the licensing ordinance without having to go through the process of amending the zoning ordinance, which is a little more time consuming and effort in terms of meetings and things. I'm not aware of any provisions in the zoning ordinance that would be impacted by that. I guess the other question that did come up was we do have a 1,000-foot radius between establishments, whether or not you wanted to continue that with that level or increase it or leave it or even take it out since you've had a cap of those. So that would be my comments based on what's just occurred with the licensing ordinance. I don't know if Dave has anything he wants to touch on or not.
I've got nothing to add. Thank you.
All right, questions, thoughts, proposals? Commissioner Douglas.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mr. Twing, right now, the only land use that we have established a setback around is schools. The city's adult uses ordinance also establishes setbacks from parks and religious institutions. Why wouldn't we use that standard for marijuana businesses also?
Well, initially it was discussed in terms of what setbacks the Planning Commission wanted to include and didn't between other facilities. And I think at the time that we drafted the ordinance, there was not much discussion of a cap. The discussion at that time was related to using zoning for determining the cap. If you started to include all of those other facilities, you were going to limit or exclude many areas of town. We have many parks, we have many religious institutions, we have many other items that came into that, and I believe we even did a map that at the planning level that depicted those. So we left those out based on those discussions. We also left out the setback requirement from a residential zone that's currently in adult facilities, because you're basically eliminating all of Woodward Avenue or all of the general business districts that have single family zoning back up to them. There probably would only be 3 or 4 locations zoned general business in town where you could meet that standard. So all of that discussion occurred as we went through the planning process to get to this draft. If you wanted to add something back in, again, given the cap that you've just established, it would narrow down the locations. And without going back to those maps, I couldn't tell you where those would be.
Okay, thank you. Another question. One of my major concerns here is parking, especially with a cap. If we've only got one retail shop and one micro business on Woodward, I think those are going to be immensely popular. Right now, we've established a standard of 1 parking space for every 200 square feet of usable area. What would it take to make that 1.5 spaces for every 200 square feet of area?
You would just have to include that in your motion to adopt it on first reading.
So there's nothing else that we have to do to the zoning ordinance, to the parking zoning ordinance. This would be a special parking requirement for marijuana businesses?
Yes, it's listed on the in the draft. It's in front of you. If you go down to, it's not a page. Oh, it's page 7 of 7. Section 770-107, and you'll see the parking requirements that are listed there for marijuana retailers, marijuana micro businesses, which are the same, and then they have 1 per 800 for the processing area. And then for the growers, processors, and others, it's 1 to 800.
Okay, great, thank you.
I'd just like to offer my support for Commissioner Douglas's insightful logic there. The demand doesn't change, but if the supply does, you can certainly have unintended consequences, and I think we need to strongly consider the parking considerations, in my opinion. Commissioner Macy.
So I think I agree with Mr. Twing about just leaving the restrictions by zone into the other ordinance, the licensing ordinance. I just want to make sure that we did that correctly when we did that. Mr. Fournier, when we said that we were allowing 2 of each of those types, the retailers, the micro businesses, and with a maximum of 1 of each type, that's now in the licensing ordinance? Okay.
Mr. Fournier, can you unmute, sir?
I can see you said yes, though.
You could read lips. Sorry. Yeah, so 2 retailers, 1 in general business, 1 in industrial, and 2 micro retailers. That's baked into the licensing.
Okay, so we can leave it out here as far as you're concerned as well.
The cap, you're like including
Yes.
the cap in the zoning?
Yeah,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
So just to reiterate though, Mr. Twing said all the other things like if you were to add setbacks or you were to add additional feet between, not that you would have between because you only have one right now, or if you were to add 500 or 1,000 feet from parks and churches, religious institutions, whatever, that would just limit the number of sites. So you might go from 19 plausible sites that we have right now down to 10, or 5. Whatever you change those levers, it takes a bunch of sites out. But the way we did it, obviously between locations is not of concern. It's moot, at least for now. So, Commissioner Dubak.
I just want to confirm with Mr. Fournier that with regard to the previous motion, what I said was 2 of those types with a maximum of 1 in general business. If they both land in industrial, because they want to, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
We need to check the tape, but I'm pretty sure.
Right. No. So let me just make sure I have precisely what you said. So 2 retailers, a maximum of 1 in general business, but you could have both of them in industrial.
Same with the micro.
Same with micro. Okay. Thank you.
That was my intent. Like if the market, if they decide that industrial is where they want to be and they don't want to be in general business, so be it.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Yep.
Does anyone have any other questions or thoughts or ideas? Mr. Lavasser?
We certainly have had a lot of discussions and meetings in the last year and a half. And I believe we've learned a lot about the legal aspects of adult use marijuana. I think where we may have been lacking, and it's certainly showing from the public comments that we received, is number one, reaching out to the people who are potentially most significantly impacted by the location of establishments, as well as the public outreach to have some interact with people to inform them of what we've learned. And certainly our meetings, they're open. The thing is, we certainly know from the amount of public comment we've had at our previous meetings that we were not effective at bringing it to people's attention that we were talking about these things at that time. And I think that has a significant, I think that is shown by the amount of significant interest that we're getting now in public comment here versus at our previous meetings. I would suggest that we, at this time, limit the establishments to the industrial area, that we hold off at adding them to the general business until such time as we can do more public engagement on that topic. Make sure that we're fully understanding the concerns of the people in those areas, make sure that they're very well informed about what it is that we're doing. And to me, that would be the appropriate way to proceed here, is just limit it to the industrial at this time.
Commissioner Dubak?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate Commissioner Lavasser's comments, but I think it's important that we take the public comment in context, right? And I haven't done a thorough analysis, but I think if you break it down, there was 2 key issues that really were at the forefront. The overwhelming majority of people spoke about. One was the golden basket, which is not a thing that we're voting on today. That's got nothing to do with what we're talking about. And 2 was, how dare you put 11 marijuana shops on Woodward? Also, clearly not what we're doing. And that, if you take those out, that is the lion's share of the commentary that we got. In fact, a lot of people said, yeah, if it was 1 or 2, fine, but how could you make this just a drug thoroughfare? I'm paraphrasing, but that was a lot of the commentary. So, given that we're not doing either of the things that the majority of people were concerned about, I think we alleviate immediately a lot of that concern. Now, the idea of just going to industrial, while I understand the concept, there's two key problems I have with it. One is, just like general business, our industrial zoned areas abut neighborhoods. And there is almost no place where you could put a pin in the center of that industrial area and be 1,000 feet away from residential. There's almost nowhere. So if we're saying that we don't want in your home, saying industrial is fine because you'll be a block away from homes, it's the same argument still exists. And then the other issue is, we have been clear, like we dug into at the outset, that the likely revenue to be generated by this is not enough for it to be an important part of this conversation. It's not. I think you would all agree it's not been driving the conversation. It's not a significant factor because it's not a game-changing amount of money for a city like us. So that is not why we're doing it. If there is, so there's the will of the voters that we're trying to meet, and then if there is a benefit, it's the economic activity that is proven to be generated by retail establishments and bringing other cafes and other retail and foot traffic, and where there's foot traffic, business comes, to new spaces. So to just deny the one real potential benefit, I mean, if everything else is kind of a wash at the outset, doesn't make any sense. And especially if we're doing it by saying, yeah, we're going to protect you if you live near, general business, but we're not going to protect your neighborhood if your neighborhood happens to abut an industrial area. So I appreciate where you're coming from, but I think most of the comment was based on two things that were not true. And the solution actually doesn't solve the problem you'd be trying to solve. I think we've had these conversations. We understand that there's some fear, but if we're trying to be rational and create public policy, we have to look at facts and data. And there is just not increased crime. There are not declining property values. That's not a thing that's been seen in other communities that have done this. And so when you say those are going to be most extremely impacted, I'm curious as to what is the impact we're trying to alleviate. I'm not sure what that is from an objective point of view on which I would make a public policy decision. So that's, I think, what we have in front of us, combined with the licensing ordinance, is a really, really good reasonable, conservative starting point, given the direction that we've been given by and large by our community.
And I'll just add one, before I get to Commissioner Douglas, I'll just add one more thing to what Commissioner Dubuck has said, is that just like we, in the previous ordinance that we passed, every resident in the general vicinity would be noticed, whether it's industrial or whether it's general business, for the special land use. Am I correct on that, Mr. Twing? So if someone's coming before the commission, so right now what we're doing is we put a cap of 1 in general business. So let's say most of the people called from Woodward. At best, there's 1 on the entire strip. And secondly, they will all be noticed when that applicant comes through for approval of special land use. So that's when we'll really have a strong conversation about a very specific proposal in front of us and what the impacts are going to be that the residents have with that specific site plan and that specific operator. So it's not as if these things are just going to pop up. We have a whole process that we're going to go through that's going to weed out bad actors, and then the good actors that remain still have to get a site plan approval. And so I'll also add too, when it comes to a lot of the concerns related to crime and whatnot, I mean, we had a pretty specific and poignant information back from our police department. Based on their research, they don't have concerns with retail establishments. And so we're seeing Ferndale going from 3 to 5. You talk to the folks in Ferndale, the legislators there, they don't have concerns. So like Commissioner Dubuck said, what are we really trying to alleviate? I think there are specific things that always pop up in every town, and that's why we're taking a very conservative approach. We're talking like 1 in the general business, and maybe that's it ever. Maybe the residents along Woodward are like, this is the greatest, business ever to have. Can you bring more of them because they're, they look nice? And I mean, we'll have those conversations as we go on as a community, but we got to look at the fact that when a specific applicant comes and it gets to the point of special land use, we're going to have a whole public hearings and everything to get community input that's more specific to what we're talking about. So I think that's an important thing to note. Commissioner Douglas.
Yes, Commissioner Dubuck has said that in a way, this is an experiment. That is, by putting a couple of the businesses in general business, a couple in industrial, we start to get a sense of how this operates in our city. And to me, that's a good reason to follow the approach he's taken. I remain concerned about retail businesses in our industrial areas. These industrial districts are not on major thoroughfares. Their streets are not necessarily or suitable to a bunch of cars coming in and out. They may be suitable for trucks pulling in and out, but they may not be well configured, well signed, well built to handle a lot of retail traffic. And we may find out that those businesses, those retailers that are in an industrial zone, perhaps are not suited for that. So I'm definitely in agreement with going to both routes just to see how that plays out.
Anybody else? Okay, Commissioner Lavasser.
Yeah, I understand the hesitation in limiting it to only the industrial areas. But if we do want to take a more conservative approach, another approach is to require that the retail establishments and the micro businesses also comply with the adult business ordinance, which has additional setbacks, including from parks and churches and residential areas. And I understand from Mr. Twing that does cut down the number of properties that would qualify to be a location, but that certainly would satisfy a lot of the concerns that people within the neighborhoods have, that simply put the establishments maybe a bit too close to their homes for their comfort.
Yeah, but I'd argue any business can be, I mean, if it was a Kentucky Fried Chicken or something as well, you know, there's always issues living adjoining to a retail establishment. I think if the concerns are crime and loitering and stuff like that, I think we have to look at that scientifically as the facts have been presented over time. Commissioner Gibbs.
I agree with Commissioner Lavasser, and I say that because if we start small and we only allow one or two and we have the additional adult business setbacks, it's real easy to be more generous and add additional distribution centers or retail centers than it is to take it away. And not that we have any intent to take it away, but it also offers a little bit more control, at least in the very beginning, so that we're not running in blind as a bat. You know what I mean?
I'm not opposed to if somebody were to make a motion that said, hey, you know, 100 feet or a couple hundred feet from a park or religious institution, so they're not, you know, lining up next door to these institutions, to bring a little bit more comfort to, you know, people, because this is all very new. I'm not opposed to that. I just think that, you know, sometimes when you restrict things too much, you borrow a different set of problems for others. So, you know, that's just my concern. I think I saw Commissioner Lavasser and then Commissioner Dubak.
Yeah, I know the assumption is that that there's no adverse impact on the residential neighborhoods, and the assumption here is that the concerns that people have may not have a strong basis. But I will say this: I would rather err on the side of protecting the neighborhoods and wait until we have some scientific type studies come in, tell us what the ramifications are for residential neighborhoods, whether it's with regard to crime in the neighborhoods, whether it's about property values, whether it's about problems with excess parking, whatever the case, you know, take a real analytical scientific basis, see reports on that, see that first before we open up a wider range of properties to be used for this purpose. So I would still stick to the more conservative approach, have the setbacks from our residential neighborhoods, from our churches, from our parks, from our schools.
Well, I can't speak for everybody here, but I think that information is available and we have looked at it. Commissioner Dubak.
Yeah, I'm not sure Commissioner Lavasser has been doing the last year and a half, but and we together have done a ton of research on impact on property values, on crime rates. We've talked to our chief of police. He's talked to other chiefs of police. I'm not sure what scientific approach other than reading the studies and the data that exists for us. And I don't know if what you're saying is do a study in Royal Oak by allowing it only in industrial. Well, how would that yield data relevant to general business? That the data exists because there's lots of communities that have done this, and you can reject it and say no, it's still terrible, and bad things are going to happen. But a lot of this debate really reminds me of the other debates we've had in this city, like when WROK Brewery was moving into an empty warehouse, and hundreds of people came to City Hall, and there were yard signs, and it was going to be the end of the neighborhood as we knew it, and it wasn't. It just wasn't, and we knew from the operation, from digging in on it, that it was a good operator, and that those consequences weren't going to happen. And now, obviously, there's no guarantees for any. If you're looking for a guarantee, 100% guarantee, that's a thing that does not exist in any decision you make. But there are mountains of data on the impact of retail establishments on their surrounding area. And if you have not dug into it, I don't know what to tell you, but I certainly have, and I'm happy to send you some links to studies.
And I'd be happy to make an introduction. If you haven't spoken to any of our neighbors in Hazel Park, Madison Heights, or even Ferndale, the mayors there have been a great source of information and consultation. So I recommend Commissioner Lavasser, when it comes to second reading, if you want a little bit more about not just the scientific data that's widely available and validated that Commissioner Dubuc has brought up, but also getting the more anecdotal from our neighbors, some of the other things that always can't be captured in a study. I highly recommend you talk to some of our neighbors that have done this. I found it immensely valuable. Commissioner Macy.
I'm wondering, it sounds like we might have some consensus about adding some kind of a setback between churches and parks, 200 feet, 300 feet. I mean, I feel, again, it feels strange doing this when Mr. Twing spent a lot of time making us some beautiful maps before, and we've already discarded these, but it sounds like we have some will to do that now. I'm just putting that out there.
Commissioner Dubuc? Commissioner Dubuc, I'm trying to read your words through interpretive dance, that I can't do it.
Talk with my hands. If someone wants to throw a number out there, I'm not opposed to that. I think we just have to recognize the public policy consequence of continuing to shrink the area where the available real estate is, and even with the currently available real estate, there's only so many spaces that will actually work, right? So the more we shrink that, the higher the price of those spaces goes, which limits the number of applicants we get, and then we get just to like deep-pocketed corporate applicants. The more we shrink that available space for people to set up shop. So I'm not opposed to it, but I just want to make sure everyone's aware that that's a legit consequence of continuing to shrink the space where folks can hang a shingle.
I think I had Commissioner Douglas and then Commissioner Macy. You can come back to you again. Oh no, it's been waved off. Commissioner Macy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. And I also feel like it leads to us almost picking the winners, right? Like as the more we make these setbacks, the fewer places there are available. It's almost as if we're saying, here are the two places it's going to be. So I have some reluctance, but I did hear some interest in doing that tonight. Just was throwing it out there. I feel like maybe 250 feet. Mr. Twing, help me out.
Well,
you definitely started a number, and we can redo those maps. If you chose 200 feet or 250 feet from parks and churches, and it's limited to the general business, we can redo those maps for you before second reading, and you can decide whether or not it's too limiting at that point or whether it looks good to you in terms of where those parcels might be. Again, we took it out because we were directed to, and because it did narrow down where those opportunities were. But we can redo those maps based on whatever the commission decides.
Could we, Mr. Twing, could we almost, in a way, for, I don't know, maybe this is a thing for Mr. Gillum, but if that was the only lingering thing, could we get that in on second reading if we needed to? So we could get the maps prepared. So before doing it tonight, we could pass this one on first reading with direction to staff to give us a new map with 250 feet. And if we like it, then we add it in. If it's way too restrictive and then only some outside billionaire could afford the property, then we, you know, choose not to put it in.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Maybe that's a better way to go about it. Commissioner Gibbs?
I would be far more in favor if we did 500 feet as opposed to 250.
Yeah, I mean, actually, now I think about it, I mean, if we can see them, is that hard? Is that really difficult work to do one for 250 and 500, Mr. Twing?
No, once the hardest part was identifying where the churches were and the parks are. So it's just a matter of putting them on the map. If you want 250 and 500, we can do that.
Okay.
And we can get those in the next 2 weeks or far before our next meeting. So, Mr. Twing, as soon as you're able to prepare it, if you're welcome to, share it with the rest of us, and that could make the next commission meeting easier, faster.
Certainly. As soon as we get them done, I'll provide them to Mr. Brake and he can pass them on to the commission.
Perfect. Thank you.
Commissioner Dubak?
So again, not opposed, but there's consequences to that. A lot of folks tonight, or the majority of folks tonight, said, why not in the downtown? Put it in the downtown. And that's a conversation we've had. I've advocated for at least one license in the downtown. But then if we put these setbacks in place, I'm sure Mr. Twing will tell you that 500 from a park or a church is basically going to eliminate the entire downtown. And so by our zoning ordinance, we would have eliminated one of these licenses that may want to go in the downtown instead of general business from being able to find a space in the downtown.
That's probably the most compelling point.
Just for my clarity, you're talking 250 feet to 500 feet from parks and churches.
Yeah, I think the downtown is loaded with churches, and we put a couple parks in there now.
The CBD though is not included in the draft. It's just general business. And if we were to go back and try to add the CBD, and I'd have to run it back through the commission and public hearings. And I think we talked about that either last meeting or one before.
Yeah, we got to go. Yeah,
brand new district to it. I think we can modify districts in front of you, but.
I'm going to go real quick, Commissioner Dubak, and then Commissioner Douglas.
Just to continue that, just to clarify, I wasn't suggesting we incorporate CBD tonight. I want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. If we make these the setbacks citywide, those would apply if we do open up the CBD as a district. And it would be subject to the setbacks, and therefore there'd be nearly no spaces in the downtown that would be eligible for a license. Am I understanding that correctly? I'm sure Commissioner Douglas.
Well, if I can, the 1,000-foot setback from schools, because there is a school in the downtown, takes out the majority of the downtown as it is. There's only a small portion, and a lot of that city-owned property around City Hall. So the school that's on Lafayette wipes out a lot of the downtown at the 1,000-foot setback.
So we'd have to have a lot of discussion about the CBD and carve out and all of this stuff as far as how we would manage it in the CBD and making specific conditions in the CBD, right? Yeah. I mean, it's not unworkable. It's just a little bit more complicated for sure. Commissioner Douglas?
So what are we trying to accomplish here? Are we trying to protect churches? I mean, that is, do we not want marijuana businesses anywhere near churches? And I'm not sure what the logic in that is, or what if there's like any sort of causal relationship between churches and marijuana businesses, like there might be with schools. I mean, that's why we put a radius around schools. And I'm also not sure how that affects parks. If our goal is to limit the number of places that these businesses can operate, and I disagree with that physical limitation. We've already done it with the licensing ordinance. So I'm not inclined to support any further setbacks other than the ones we've defined in terms of schools and in the relationship between businesses, marijuana businesses to one another.
Okay, Commissioner Lavasser.
One of the concerns I've heard with regard to churches, many of them operate programs to help people who have addiction issues. And so that was part of their concern, was having the temptation of the retail establishments so close to where they're working with people who have some issues there. With regard to parks, the concern was people purchasing at the retail establishment and then quickly going over to the park to consume.
Yeah.
Well, that's a police issue. It's already illegal.
Fair enough, but sometimes if you're creating a condition, you know, it makes it harder for our police to enforce if you can avoid the condition. Commissioner Perush?
A couple of things. Having lived close to Woodward, very close to Woodward, ever since we moved to Royal Oak in the 1970s, which is really dating me, I really don't see the relationship between the types of businesses that are on Woodward now and that have been on Woodward for the last 40 years and property values back in the neighborhood. There is not a direct causal relationship between the property values that you see in the neighborhoods that are adjacent to Woodward and what is going on in Woodward, especially since in our community, at least, we don't have real adult businesses that other communities struggle to control. And that leads me to my second point, that if you're going to live close to Woodward Avenue, you just have to be comfortable with the variety of commercial and population activity that occurs along such a busy street. And inevitably, there are things that annoy you, like the cruisers, which have been cruising since March, or occasionally we've had in the past a business that lets out people who've been drinking too much at 2 o'clock in the morning and wander back into the neighborhood. We've had sleazy motels that we've managed to get rid of. Other types of businesses, the Starbucks, where the traffic backs up now through the drive-through. When you live that close to a major commercial corridor, you're going to have business activity which is going to annoy you. But is it going to translate into impacting your property values? No, it hasn't. It hasn't impacted ours. It hasn't impacted our neighborhoods and any of the neighborhoods that we've lived in along Woodward. So I think that some of the fear that is out there, because it's an unknown, because it's something that we haven't had in our community, and because of the problems that marijuana businesses have had in their past history before it became legal and before it became so regulated, is carrying over into the community discussion about this, and their fear that it's going to impact their property values and the way their children operate and so on and so forth. I can tell you that having raised a family very, very close to Woodward, and having owned property very close to Woodward for almost 40 years, that there is not a direct relationship between, you know, what is actually happening there and what the value is on your property. Even if it's a sleazy motel, which we had less than 2 houses away from us for about 5 years on Woodward, or any other types of businesses. When it comes to the setback from churches, I would agree with Commissioner Douglas that I don't see a causal relationship between the setback and what goes on in the church. I know that a lot of the churches have meetings and so on for addiction and for that, but if that's the criteria, then we're going to have to get rid of most of the liquor licenses on Woodward, because in every single church, there is a liquor license or two or a party store within spitting distance of all of those churches. So when you're there again, when you're on a major commercial activity, you're just going to have that kind of activity, and it goes with the territory. And so I really don't think that there's a good logical reason for having the types of setbacks that we've been discussing. From schools, yes, I think that's appropriate. But other than that, I really don't think that there's any causal relationship between the community values that we want to protect on those setbacks.
Well, I'd argue too, maybe that if you have an addiction issue and you're heading to a liquor store, you're heading to a retail cannabis shop, that, if you see the church, nearby, you might walk into the church versus going to church and walking into the store. So, I guess there could be that constellation too. Yeah, I mean, I think it's all a trade-off, right? So, we have to balance it, but I think we'll get a couple maps. I think that's clear. So I think tonight we have to move forward with, the zoning ordinance. I heard Commissioner Douglas talk about 1.5 spots per 200 feet, I think is what the requirement was, which I think that is important right out of the gate, because we don't know what the traffic patterns are going to be, especially, how long COVID goes on and the consumers just become more adaptable to curbside pickup versus going into a store. It seems to be a better operation for a lot of businesses, and they might encourage it. And what does that mean? Well, it's better to have a lot more buffer there with more parking spaces. So, other than that, we addressed almost all the other issues related to, the number and quantity. Like Commissioner Dubuck said, all the calls came in with this fear. They'd received information that we were opening up 11 or 18 of these on Woodward Avenue, and that's clearly not the case, and that's been addressed. What is the privilege of the commission? Commissioner Prush.
I will make a motion that we approve the zoning ordinance amendment on first reading with the stipulation that the parking requirement for marijuana retailers be 1.5 spaces for every 200 square feet of usable floor area.
Motion by Commissioner Prush, second by Commissioner Douglas. Discussion, Commissioner Douglas?
Do we need to add micro businesses to that also?
Yes. Yeah, I should have, yes.
I support that.
Okay. Commissioner Dubuck.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding so the parking requirement is a ratio to retail floor space, correct? Because the micros have to be fully integrated, so their floor space for their production would not count against the parking standard.
It's usable floor area. So, and maybe Mr. Twing can weigh in on this, but I think if you've got a back room, where you're doing back room stuff, that's different from your retail floor space. But Mr. Twing, how am I doing here?
That's fine. The micro business provision, if you actually look at the section, is one, which would be 1.5 per 200 square feet for the retail floor area portion, plus 1 for every 800 square feet for the growing and processing. So
Got it.
The growing and processing area would be at 1 to 800.
Yeah, you need employees and they got to park.
Very good. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Gibbs.
So the motion proposed has no setback.
It has 1,000-foot setback for schools and 1,000-foot among establishments, but that's moot at this point because of our licensing. And I think under first reading, I think what we talked about is the other setbacks. We're going to look at the maps and then decide in second reading if we, add a 250 or 500-foot buffer between churches and parks and things of that nature. I think the argument was made that, okay, if you put too many restrictions in, now there's 2 properties that are available and they go up in price, and now you have an outsider billionaire coming in and he's going to get his money back and he's going to do things that maybe we don't want him to do to really push a ton of traffic there to get the money he put into the building. So we got to balance that sort of issue. So that's where we're at, to answer your question.
Okay, I was under the impression that we were making that 500-foot setback, 250 or 500-foot setback as a condition of the first reading until we had the opportunity to review the documents.
That wasn't my understanding, and the motion only reflects the existing one, and then we'll evaluate the maps that it's easier to, instead of removing it, we can add it easier for the second reading.
Whatever, okay.
All right, so we have motion on the table. Any discussion? All right, Commissioner Dubuck, did you have your hand up?
This is for the final passage on first reading, right? Because we're not going to have an amendment on the table.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think we covered just about everything. I think as far as starting conservatively, good work, staff. I know it's been a long journey. Almost there. I'm sure we'll hear more public input over the next couple of weeks. I guess before taking the vote, I want to make sure that folks understand that we are hearing them, but we hear from folks on all sides of these issues, and I feel like we're trying to make compromises to again thread this needle and do something that reflects the will of voters. It's good public policy for our city. Understanding that folks are going to continue to disagree. We talk about Prop 1, right? And 70% of Royal Oakers voted for it. So that's 22,000 Royal Oakers voted for it. 10,000 voted against it. There's 10,000 people that not only didn't want it in Royal Oak, didn't want it in Michigan. It's a controversial thing, so we're gonna hear about it. But I think we're moving forward in good faith, and I'm proud of this process. I think that the policy we're circulating on is good public policy that's been done through a thoughtful process. Proud to support the motion.
Anybody else? Yeah, I'll be supporting the motion. I think there's some room for dialogue next time, depending on the size of the map and the trade-offs of the unintended consequences, but also concur with Commissioner Dubuck. I think we've done a good job of balancing the various views on this topic and have come to what we believe is a good solution for people of all different persuasions and perspectives. So, like you said, it's a fine line to thread, and we're doing the best job we can here. But we appreciate everybody's input through this very long journey. I'll call for the vote. We'll start with Commissioner Douglas.
Yes.
Commissioner Dubuck.
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbs.
No.
Commissioner Prush.
Yes.
Commissioner Lavasser.
No.
Commissioner Macy.
Yes.
And I vote yes. All right. Any other business? Mr. Gillum, Mr. Brake, Mr. Twing. Before we get to Commissioner's business, 1 second, Commissioner Lavasser. None? Okay, I see a head shaking no. Commissioner Lavasser.
Earlier in the meeting, we talked about the what ifs if somehow we don't pass these ordinances on second reading at our next meeting. And so the thought was at this time to propose an extension of the moratorium. I can see two different ways to do it. Either set up the extension of the moratorium to either be August 15th or 10 days after adoption of both a zoning and license ordinance, whichever is later, if Mr. Gill wants to go that way, or just put a very specific date in what the extension would be. That way, if we do not adopt these two ordinances next meeting, we are ready to grant ourselves the additional time. And if we do adopt these ordinances, then I guess this issue would be moot. But I want to get Mr. Gillum's preference if he has one or the other preference between those two approaches.
My recommendation would be to adopt an extension to a specific date.
Okay, in which case, I'm looking at the second meeting in August, which I believe is the 27th, if I recall correctly. And I believe that we would, if we were to give ourselves roughly 10 days past that, we're like the Friday before Labor Day. My motion would be that we adopt on first reading an extension of the moratorium until September 7th, 2020.
Motion by Commissioner Lavasser. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Dubak. All right. Discussion. Mr. Gillum?
Just to clarify, I don't know if it doesn't necessarily make a difference in the motion, although it could. Our meetings in August are scheduled for August 10th and August 24th.
I may have misremembered the date. For some reason, I thought 27th was the date.
Yeah. Our second meeting this month is the 27th.
Yeah. The 24th is a Monday. 10 days from that would be Friday, the 4th of September, which is the Friday before Labor Day. September 7th is Labor Day. So it's essentially, if the moratorium goes through the 7th, that is Labor Day. The 8th would be the first effective day that people could start applying for licenses.
Yeah. When we open that period up, right? Okay. Any other discussion? All right, I'll call for the vote. Commissioner Macy?
Yes.
Commissioner Lavasser?
Yes.
Commissioner Perush?
Yes.
Mr. Gibbs?
Yes.
Mr. Dubak?
Yes.
Mr. Douglas?
Yes.
I vote yes. Okay, so we got a little protection there in case something goes crosswise at our next meeting. We got two ordinances that work together. You can't just look at one ordinance, you got to look at them together, right, Mr. Forshee, when you talk about all the concerns. And those will be up for second reading at our next meeting, correct, Mr. Gillum?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. Good. All right. Any other points of order, discussions, any motions to adjourn? Commissioner Perush?
I move we adjourn.
Motion by Commissioner Perush. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Dubak. Discussion on this very important adjournment. Okay, I got just about 30 minutes worth of comment. I'm just kidding. All right, I'll call for the vote. Let's start with Commissioner Douglas.
Yes.
Commissioner Dubak.
Yes.
Commissioner Gibbs.
Yes.
Commissioner Perush.
Yes.
Mr. Lavasser.
Yes.
Mr. Macy.
Yes.
And I vote yes. We're adjourned. Thank you, everyone, and appreciate everyone's time tonight. Thank you, Mr. Forshee. Thank you, Mr. Gillum. Thank you, Mr. Brake. All the crew, Carol Schwanger, really sticking through twice this week. And we thank everyone that called into public comment. And hopefully you stayed tuned and, we have a little bit better perspective on what's going on. So everyone stay healthy and safe, and we'll talk to you all again soon. Thanks.
Thank you.